Good morning, and thank you so much for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. It's Tuesday, April 1st. I'm Jeanne Francine here with you for the next few hours to give you all of your breaking news alerts, top stories, and of course your live events of the day as we come on the air bright and early this Tuesday morning. We are following some breaking news. I want you to take a good look at your screen. This is the latest video we are getting for this breaking news alert as the Associated Press reports that Yemen's Houthi rebels claimed this Tuesday that they shot down another American MQ-9 Reaper drone, even as the U.S. kept up its campaign of intense airstrikes targeting the group. The reported shoot down over Yemen's contested governorate came as airstrikes hit the Sana'a, the country's rebel-held capital, a stronghold for the Houthis. U.S. President Donald Trump issuing a new warning to both the Houthis and their main benefactor, Iran, describing the group as having been, quote, decimated by the campaign of strikes that began March 15th. A lot to discuss this morning, so we want to bring into the conversation CEO and founder of Jewish News Syndicate, Alex Trayman. Alex, good morning to you. Always a pleasure having you on the show.
Jeanne, thanks for having me.
So a lot to discuss. Let's first dissect and provide some perspective as regards to Israel, the U.S., and the Yemen Houthi rebels. A lot of eyes are on Hamas and Hezbollah this week, but we can't forget about the Houthis. We've seen them out along the Red Sea out as it relates to cargo, pretty much causing chaos and conflict with trade. But let's discuss the latest that happened on this Tuesday.
Well, as you mentioned, the United States has really taken the Houthis to task for interrupting international shipping, for sending ballistic missiles, which they continue to send at Israel, and also for attacking U.S. vessels that are patrolling the region, trying to keep peace. And the United States has launched a very severe series of raids and airstrikes throughout the Yemen, targeting Houthi infrastructure and also leadership.
Alex, speaking of that leadership, I want you to take a look at your screen. This is the very latest from U.S. President Donald Trump as the U.S. and Houthi forces exchange fire over Yemen. President Trump providing this quote via Truth Social. We're watching it together with the viewers. It says, quote, the Iran-backed Houthi terrorists have been decimated by the relentless strikes over the past 2 weeks. Many of their fighters and leaders are no longer with us. We hit them every day and night, harder and harder. Their capabilities that threaten shipping and the region are rapidly being destroyed. Our attacks will continue until they are no longer a threat to freedom of navigation. The choice for the Houthis is clear. Stop shooting at U.S. ships and we will stop shooting at you. Otherwise, we have only just begun, and the real pain is yet to come for both the Houthis and their sponsors in Iran. Again, Alex, that coming from President Donald Trump via Truth Social. For many of the viewers this morning, as they saw that quote, it reminded them of how Israel has been from the very beginning saying, you know, their fight will not stop until terrorists are eliminated. What do you gather from this quote from President Trump, Alex?
Well, I think, first of all, it's important that the United States is saying that they are, once again, the international policemen. It's not only that the Houthis have been attacking Israel. They have interrupted one of international shipping in one of the world's busiest commercial waterways, which is the Suez Canal. It's forced the prices of goods up all over the world. The ships are forced to sail around the southern tip of Africa. And they've also attacked U.S. ships. And the previous administration was basically willing to allow that to happen. The Trump administration is not allowing that to happen. But I think what's more important is that as President Trump has been sending signals to Iran that it wants to negotiate the dismantling of their nuclear program, seeing that the United States is willing to take on the Houthis and to strike so significantly inside Yemen is a strong signal to the Islamic Republic and the leaders of that republic in Iran that if Iran does not negotiate and if President Trump does not get the deal that he wants, which would see Americans and others coming in to dismantle that nuclear program, that there is a very credible military threat on the backs of the calls for negotiations.
Yeah, let's further discuss Iran this morning. For many people, they are that terroristic mastermind behind all of these chaotic entities out in the Middle East. When we think of Hamas, Hezbollah, and as we discuss the Yemen Houthi rebels, from your perspective and what you live and breathe every single day, what are you seeing as far as Iran and their mastermind and what they are doing to fuel the terroristic acts in the Middle East?
Oh, Iran has really destabilized the entire Middle East. They have a destabilizing presence in Iraq, in Syria. They basically destroyed Lebanon by funding and arming Hezbollah, which has mostly taken over that country and caused Israel to go to war there. They have destabilized Yemen with the Houthis, and they were a major backer of Hamas in Gaza. And there was been coordination between the Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis and other terror organizations of the Islamic Republic since October 7th. It's been a campaign, a ring of fire around the state of Israel. So when people think that this is, for example, just some part of the extended Israeli-Palestinian conflict, that's really not the case at all. In fact, Palestinians living inside Israel and what the international community calls the West Bank are not really fighting against Israel. Israel's only fighting against Iran and its terror proxies, and it's good to finally see that the United States recognizes that if Iran would cross the nuclear threshold, that the damage that they could do, even just having a nuclear umbrella, would be much, much more dangerous than what they've been able to accomplish over the last year and a half before they've crossed that nuclear threshold.
Alex, I know from the very beginning of these conflicts, you've been hearing that looming question: what can be done to eradicate these terroristic organizations so that those peacefully living in the Middle East can get back to that? What would that response be? We are a year into these conflicts, now months and days, as hostages are still in Hamas captivity. We've seen Hezbollah ramping back up with their infrastructure and their infiltration against Israel. It seems as soon as people start to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking things are getting back to normal, thinking the terrorists are waning in their fight against Israel, it gets right back up.
Right. I mean, people say that you can't destroy an ideology, and that may or may not be true, but you can certainly make sure that those that have a murderous ideology don't control territory and also don't have the military capabilities to try to attack on the basis of their ideology. And Israel has really taken to filing down the capabilities of Hamas in Gaza, which is a much less potent force than it was prior to October 7th. And the same thing in southern Lebanon with Hezbollah. However, there was a lot of pressure on Israel to enter into ceasefire agreements, both in Lebanon and in Gaza, whereby a lot of those terror organizations, Hezbollah and Hamas, have been filed down, but the job has not been finished. And I think that we're very likely to see, with the backing of the Trump administration, Israel return to war, particularly in Gaza, to completely eradicate Hamas, both as a political force ruling Gaza as well as a military force. And if we see skirmishes and rocket fire continuing in southern Lebanon, you might not be surprised to see Israel make a renewed push there to continue to file down Hezbollah as well.
Alex, really briefly before you go, you mentioned the Trump administration. I'd love to hear what the response is there in the Middle East from Israelis, many of them crediting President Donald Trump for the release of the hostages that we've seen so far, but also for the eradication of many of the terrorists in that area. Could you compare and contrast it to, we've seen the protest against Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu right there in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, in and around that area. Could you provide that perspective as the U.S. government aiding Israel during this fight, please?
Sure, absolutely. I mean, the United States has done so many things to help Israel. First, they've already told Israel that they have a green light to break the ceasefire. They immediately, upon entering into office, opened up the flow of weapons that the Biden administration had withheld, including 2,000-pound bombs. But there were many other shipments that were being slow walked to Israel that are now flowing, giving Israel the tools that it needs. There's talk of also the United States providing Israel potentially with even larger bombs and delivery mechanisms, which Israel would need in order to launch an attack on Iran's underground nuclear facilities. The Trump administration removed sanctions on what what the Biden administration called violent Israeli settlers that had never been convicted of any crimes in Israel. And they are also providing backing for Israel in the international institutions, including the UN Security Council. They have put sanctions on the members of the International Criminal Court that issued arrest warrants for Prime Minister Netanyahu, and they have defunded organizations like UNRWA and USAID that have been pumping a lot of money into the efforts ultimately to delegitimize and even to attack Israel. So Israelis are very, very happy with what the Trump administration provides to the Israeli government.
Alex Trayman, always a pleasure to get your expertise and perspective on all things related to the Middle East. Thank you so much for joining us bright and early on this April 1st. I hope you have a great and safe rest of your day.
Likewise, Janie. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Thank you. And we continue to follow breaking news out in the Middle East. Take a look at your screen. This is the latest video we've been provided, learning right here from the Associated Press. The Israeli military, they hit a building in Beirut's southern suburbs this Tuesday, killing at least 3 people. This happened in an attack that they say targeted a member of the Hezbollah militant group. You just heard about the latest with the ongoing conflicts, not only with Hezbollah, but also with Hamas and, of course, Yemen's Houthi rebels. This airstrike came without warning days after Israel launched an attack on the Lebanese capital of Beirut Friday, for the first time since a ceasefire ended fighting between Israeli forces and the Hezbollah militant group back in November. AP goes on to report the Israeli military had warned residents in the crowded suburbs before the attack after 2 projectiles were launched from southern Lebanon, which Hezbollah did deny firing. At least 7 other people were wounded in the airstrike, according to the Lebanese Health Ministry. The Israeli military said in a statement this latest strike targeted a Hezbollah member who had been helping the Palestinian Hamas group in the Gaza Strip in attacks against Israel. It said the airstrike was, quote, under the direction of the Shin Bet, Israel's domestic intelligence agency. At this time, Hezbollah has not commented on the strike, and there's no immediate word on casualties. Based on the images on your screen, you can tell that the photos and videos widely shared on local and social media show the top 3 floors of an apartment building damaged following this strike. We're also learning that piles of debris covered cars below the building. Those who live in the area say jets were heard in parts of the Lebanese capital before the strike. During Israel's last war with Hezbollah, Israeli drones and jets regularly pounded the southern suburbs where Hezbollah has wide influence and support. Israel sees the area as a militant stronghold and accuses the group of storing weapons there. So a lot of breaking news out in the Middle East this Tuesday morning. Again, we are learning that an Israeli strike eliminated a Hezbollah terrorist. Again, we are learning the Israeli military, they did warn residents in this suburb area before the attack after 2 projectiles were launched from southern Lebanon, which Hezbollah does deny firing. We will continue to keep a close eye on all of these breaking news alerts right here on Live Now from Fox. 6:11 here on the East Coast. We are going to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, heading out to Jerusalem, Israel, giving you a live look there on this Tuesday. As we further discuss the latest with conflict in the Middle East, we'll have the very latest comments from the Israeli foreign minister. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. 6:13 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Moments ago, out in Jerusalem, Israel, the Israeli foreign minister held a regular news briefing, this coming on the heels of that breaking news you just heard related to the conflicts with Hezbollah, also the Yemen Houthi rebels, and of course Hamas. Let's listen in.
This will be an on-record briefing, followed by questions and answers. And then we'll have an off-record briefing with our legal advisor, Tani Kaplan. Foreign Minister, please.
Good morning, everyone. Hamas continue push for the renew of the war, refusing to release our hostages, refusing to disarm. Hamas ignore the will and the rage of the citizens of Gaza. Their interest is the end of the war. But instead of listening to them, it oppressed them brutally. Hamas murdered after tortured demonstrators from Gaza Strip this week. Recently, the British Parliament published the most complete report in the UK on October 7 massacre, revealing chilling details. Among them, about the horrifying sexual crimes committed by Hamas on October 7. This is not reports from Israel, this is a report from the British Parliament. I recommend to read it. Early this morning, or very early this morning, IDF fighter jets struck a Hezbollah terrorist in Beirut. He had recently been directing Hamas terrorists and assisting them in an attempt to carry out a major imminent attack against Israeli civilians. The terrorists posed a real and immediate threat, what we called the ticking bomb. Therefore, we had to eliminate the threat. Israel will continue to remove any threat to our citizens. We expect Lebanon to take action to uproot terrorist organizations acting within its borders against Israel. What we saw here is a cooperation between Iran, Hamas, and Hezbollah on the soil of Lebanon in order to initiate a terrorist attack against the Israelis. Tomorrow I will head to Paris to a formal visit. I will discuss with my counterpart and with other seniors in the French administration and the representatives on the challenges and threats of that radical access in this region is challenging all of us. Mainly Iran, that once again its leader only yesterday declared on his will to eliminate the state of Israel. Israel stands with the people of Thailand and Myanmar following the tragic earthquake that took so many lives. After the tragedy, I spoke with my Thai counterparts. Following our conversation, a mission of 21 experts headed to Thailand and provide assistance. This includes medical personnel and engineers. I also authorized the purchase of vital goods and food to help survivors in Myanmar through our embassy.
Thank you. Question, please. Hey, microphone. We have a microphone. Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Dan Williams from Bloomberg. Tomorrow the Prime Minister flies to Hungary for what's an unusually long trip, given there's a war on 4 days. Can you tell us what's on the agenda, what Israel hopes to achieve from this visit, and also what, if any, precautions Israel has taken, given that he will be overflying ICC signatory countries? Presumably, if there's mechanical failure or a medical emergency, he would have to land there. What precautions is Israel taking to prevent him being exposed to potential arrest?
I'm sure this visit will be successful. Hungary is one of our best friends, not only in Europe but in the world. And I'm sure that this visit will have achievements, but we cannot discover everything time ahead. Thank you.
Yes, James, please.
James McKinsey from Reuters. Minister, could you tell us something about any concerns that Israel may have about the role of Turkey in Syria at the moment, given the latest strikes, particularly in areas like Palmyra, and the possible effect of Turkish anti-aircraft systems in Syria?
Turkey for a very long time, even before this last coup d'etat in Damascus, was very present in Syria, mainly in northern Syria. But I hadn't seen the international community crying out in any stage about the territorial integrity of Syria.
Thank you. Yes. Claire.
Hello, Claire Parker from the Washington Post. I'm wondering if you can tell us anything about recent reports about plans to reoccupy 25% of Gaza as part of plans by the IDF to reoccupy 25% of Gaza as a part of a negotiating strategy to kind of put more pressure on Hamas. Can you say anything about that? And then secondarily, just where talks stand over possible ceasefire?
I hope we will reach a deal. We want to do that. As you know, Hamas rejected the offer of Witkoff, the president's special envoy. We accepted it. We continue to engage. Anyhow, if we won't be able to achieve our goals in diplomatic or political means, we will have to resume full military operations. We hadn't limited ourselves by this 25%.
Thank you. Please, please.
Perhaps Ukrainian nation in radio yesterday, the Israeli plane was detained in Turkey, and there were kids that were actually interrogated like criminals. For days it was reported in the news. What actions should be taken against Turkey? What Israel is planning to take against Turkey? Will it be interruption of the air commitment, air connection between Turkey and Israel, and also how Israel reacted officially to the Erdogan statement that Israel should be destroyed? Thank you.
What is common to Erdogan and Hamas is a brutal oppression of their people and their opposition. We know that Erdogan will be happy to remove attention from his internal problems by a confrontation, a public confrontation with us. So I will be limited assisting in achieving that. With regard to the youth delegation you spoke about, we followed that yesterday very closely until he brought another flight to take them out. That was a youth delegation that sent by the Ministry of Education, and we were coordinated. I don't have the full details about the hours there. I believe that it will be given to us by the Ministry of Education, and then we can consider.
Thank you. Yes, yes.
Minister Maria Taspaderne, AGPF. I would like to ask you about the incident that happened in Rafah more than a week ago, where 15 people from the Red Crescent and the Civil Defense and the UN were killed under Israeli fire. I would like to have a reaction of the Israeli government and to know if there's going to be any kind of investigation about the event. Thank you.
Well, the IDF did not randomly attack an ambulance. Well, last Sunday, several uncoordinated vehicles were identified advancing suspiciously toward IDF troops without headlights or emergency signals. IDF troops then opened fire at the suspected vehicles. Following an initial assessment, it was determined that the forces had eliminated the Hamas military terrorist Mohammed Amin Ibrahim Shubaki, who took part in the October 7 massacre, along with 8 other terrorists from Hamas and the Islamic Jihad. So this is what I can tell you about this incident.
I think we'll end it here. And we'll leave some time for another lady. Okay, sorry. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Maria Finoshina, RT. Mr. Minister, some time ago, Israel's Security Cabinet approved the creation of a body to coordinate the relocation of Palestinians from Gaza. It was at the end of March, around the 24th, 25th. So I just wanted to ask you, how's this progressing right now? How this process meant to work? Are people reaching out to you, or the government, the army is initiating contact, and who's sponsoring this entire mission? And does this move signal that Trump's plan is on the table again, or still, despite resumed war? And also, on Monday, the army issued evacuation orders all across Rafah and the surrounding areas in the southern part of Gaza, and tens of thousands of people were told to move to Al-Mawazi, some 10 kilometers away. How is it progressing? Is the Israeli army assisting these people because they have to flee in a war zone, and it's a long way to go? Thank you.
For the second question, these recommendations or instructions are given in order to protect civilians in places when the IDF is operating. And this is something that it is consistent with international law and rules during war. With regard to your first question, first of all, Trump's plan never removed from the table. And secondly, the decision was meant to give, I would say, a logistical envelope to this effort. I spoke in the past, and I can speak again, about two main principles here. First of all, people that want, from their free will, on their free choice to leave Gaza Strip. That's first condition. Second condition, countries or states that are ready to accept. So these are the conditions in order that it will be implemented. The Deputy Director General of our ministry, Defense Ministry, was nominated in order to lead this committee, and if there will be any thing to announce, I'm sure that they will announce.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. We'll now move to the best part. We'll now move to the other part. Legal advisor Tami Kaplan.
On la quatrième.
This was not a warm-up, but we have another part. Thank you, Minister. So, Tami, if you can join us. Now, as we showed you earlier, this will be off record, so we'll ask our good friends from...
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, good morning to you. That wraps the Israeli foreign minister briefing. He chose to speak on this Tuesday following breaking news regarding Hezbollah, also with the Yemen Houthi rebels. They also discussed the looming conflict with Hamas. That smaller box on your screen, a live look out in Jerusalem, Israel, on this Tuesday morning here at 6:30 on the East Coast, bringing it full to give you a wider scale view of the Jerusalem-Israel skyline. We're going to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. More top stories and live events for your Tuesday when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Gina Francine. Following some breaking news across international waters, giving you a look at the latest video we're getting from our content partners over at the Associated Press. They are reporting this Tuesday the Chinese military has announced large-scale drills in the waters and airspace around Taiwan. We're learning this includes an aircraft carrier battle group as it again warns the self-ruled island democracy against seeking formal independence. The joint exercises involve Navy, air, ground, and rocket forces and are meant to be a, quote, severe warning and forceful containment against Taiwan independence, end quote. That's according to a spokesperson for the People's Liberation Army Eastern Theater Command. No operational name for the drills was announced or previous notice given. To provide further perspective, we are learning that China considers Taiwan a part of its territory, to be brought under its control by force if necessary. This while most Taiwanese favor their de facto independence and democratic status. Any conflict could bring in the U.S., which maintains a series of alliances in the region and is legally bound to treat threats to Taiwan as a matter of grave concern. Taiwan's Ministry of National Defense said it had tracked 19 Chinese Navy vessels in the waters surrounding the island in a 24-hour period from 6 a.m. Monday until 6 a.m. this Tuesday. So we do continue to follow this breaking news alert right here on LiveNOW from Fox. As this is developing, we're also learning it added that it had been tracking the movement of a Shandong aircraft carrier since Saturday, and that its carrier group had entered into Taiwan's Air Defense Identification Zone, a self-defined area tracked by the military. China regularly dispatches military assets into the zone, which China does not recognize. But Taiwanese officials have recently warned that China could launch a sneak attack under the guise of military exercises. Taiwan has set up a central response group to monitor the latest exercises. On the streets of Taipei, people said the atmosphere was tense, but they were more concerned about the economy and developments surrounding the administration of U.S. President Donald Trump. This is a developing story. Make sure to stay tuned to LiveNOW from Fox for the latest developments. 6:35, we're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. More top stories, live events, and breaking news headlines when we return. Welcome back to LiveNOW from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. Our next story brings us out to the Sunshine State of Florida, giving you a live look there. Downtown Orlando, cloudy and overcast conditions, very foggy there this Tuesday. This as we are looking at the polls opening soon in the area in a hotly contested congressional race. Voters will have a chance to decide who will replace the open seat left behind by National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. Voters will be deciding between Republican Randy Fine and Democrat Josh Weil. And the race is coming down to the wire. Fox 35 Orlando's Marley Capper joining us live this morning from a polling location. Marley, good morning to you. We're learning this is expected to be a very close race.
Gina, good morning to you as well. This is going to be a much closer race than anybody had really anticipated, according to those polls. And this district, District 6, is huge. It spans across 6 different counties in central Florida, including Flagler, Lake Marion, and Volusia County. Now, this is a very conservative district. This is where Walz won re-election by 33 points. A couple of recent polls show Democrat Josh Weil is much closer to State Senator Randy Fine, but some have it within the margin of error, but even Democrats say it's going to be a tough flip.
As of now, 9% more Republicans have voted than Democrats. And look, our voters tend to vote late. They like to vote on Election Day. The important thing is for those who agree with President Trump, who support the Trump agenda. My opponent is endorsed by Bernie Sanders.
We've been messaging to the people in the district. We've been listening to the people in the district. And, you know, we've built a campaign that is designed to be responsive, accessible to them, and to serve them with fidelity over the next 2 years.
Currently, the Republicans hold the House by a margin of 218 to 213. But if Randy Fine were to lose this race, it could be 217 to 216 in favor of the Republicans. Now, those numbers could change depending on how other special elections in the state go. For example, if the Republicans win all of them, it could be 220 to 215 in the House. Now, there already has been lots of mail-in ballots, and the polls are opening up in the next 30 or 40 minutes here this morning across the state. So it'll really depend on how voters turn out and what the ballots say, of course, to determine who this winner will be. But for now, Gina, we'll send things back to you.
All right, Fox 35 Orlando's Marley Capper, thank you so much for that detailed breakdown and overview. Marley, I know you just mentioned that the polls don't open for another 30 to 45 minutes, but are you seeing a line form outside? I know this is a very anticipated race that people are going to be coming out to vote on.
Definitely. Let me take a look here in the parking lot. There's a lot of cars here so far. When we were here at 4 in the morning, this was empty. So I'm hoping that these are not just polling workers. Obviously, we have the volunteers, which we're thankful for, but I'm hoping there are some people that are just sitting in their cars, kind of warming up, getting ready to be the first ones to vote around 7 a.m. this morning.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll be keeping a close eye on this race. Have a great and safe rest of your day, Marley.
Thanks, you too.
Thank you. And speaking of the Sunshine State, if you're just now tuning in, giving you another live look there, downtown Orlando, Florida. Very foggy conditions there this Tuesday. And speaking of Congress, I actually want to now transition to take you out to Washington, D.C. to give you a live look at the U.S. Capitol. Bright and early this Tuesday morning, there is action there on the Senate floor. We're going to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, the details and the live event. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, an active Tuesday morning, to say the least. Here is 6:43 on the East Coast. There's already action on the Senate floor. We're going to head inside as we are learning from our content partners at Fox News Edge that Senator Cory Booker has planned an all-night session to protest the GOP budget and DOGE cuts. Let's head inside and listen in.
Main job is distributing money to college students through grants and loans. It also sends federal money to K-12 schools targeted towards low-income and disabled students and enforces anti-discrimination laws. The money for schools has been set aside by Congress and is unlikely to be affected by Mr. Trump's executive order. I don't agree with the New York Times because time and time again, the money set aside by Congress is being clawed back by the president against the people that the Constitution of the United States of America says has spending power. The federal dollars account for only about 10% of K-12 school funding nationwide. While Mr. Trump has said he wants to return power over education to the states, states and school districts already control K-12 education, which is mostly paid for with state and local tax dollars. The federal department does not control learning standards or reading lists in countries. The agency plays a big role in funding and disseminating research on education, but those efforts have been significantly scaled back by the Trump administration. It also administers tests that track whether American students are learning and how they compare with their peers in other states and countries. God forbid we measure people's performance. It's unclear whether those tests will continue to be delivered given the drastic reductions in the staff and funding necessary to management. Still, closing the department would not likely have much of an immediate effect on how schools and colleges operate. The Trump administration has discussed tapping the Treasury Department to disperse student loans and grants, for instance, and the Health and Human Services to administer funding with students with disabilities. Any effort to fully eliminate the department would have to go through Congress. Republican members would most likely hear opposition from superintendents, college presidents, and other education leaders in school districts. Schools in Republican regions rely on federal aid from the agency just as schools in Democratic regions do. They're going to run into opposition, said Joe Vallant, an education expert at the Brookings Institution. They have a laser-thin majority and a filibuster to confront in the Senate. Even if congressional Republicans stuck together, Dr. Valiant predicts their constituents would protest given the department's role in distributing money from programs like Pell Grants, which pay for college tuition, and IDEA, which provides support to students with disabilities. It's a very hard sell. I'm skeptical. Efforts to eliminate the department threaten the enforcement of critical laws. There's the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, which has supported school districts since 1965 in low-income areas. Individuals with Disabilities Act, which ensures 7.5 million students with disabilities receive an education. The Higher Education Act, which helps more students afford college. Title IX protections to guard against sex discrimination. This doesn't just hurt our country, but undermining those resources for our students hurts generations to come. I want to submit for the record New York Times article entitled "Trump Firings Gut Education Department Civil Rights Division." Thank you, my friend. Thank you, presiding officer, sir. How education department cuts could hurt low-income and rural schools in particular. An article on March 21st, 2025. May I submit that too, sir? Again, rural communities are really taking a hit. And if I can give disability rights testimonials. Gutting the Department of Education will be devastating for students with disabilities. Right now, the Department of Education, the Individuals with Disabilities Act, which guarantees more than 7 million students in America the right to a free, appropriate public education. It ensures that provides services like speech therapies, counseling, personalized learning plans. Without federal oversight, these protections could disappear. Schools could delay evaluations, cut corners, or deny support altogether for parents. Consider Catherine, a resident of Westwood, New Jersey, right by Harrington Park, where I grew up. Catherine has has 7-year-old twin boys who receive special services. They currently attend an out-of-school district specialized program, but are very much a part of Westwood Regional School District, and may even one day transition back into the school. In her words, the Department of Education plays a critical role in enforcing the IDEA and ensuring that students with disabilities receive the accommodations and support they need to succeed. Without this oversight, many students risk losing essential services, widening existing gaps and disparities, and they will face greater barriers to academic success and reaching their highest potential. This is not a partisan issue. It's a matter of ensuring that all students, regardless of ability, have equal access to education. Her story is one of thousands of parents, educators, and advocates across the country who are standing up for children's rights to an equitable education. For Catherine's families, for her boys, and for every child who deserves a fair shot at success, their fight for an inclusive education is essential. Here's Ashley from Wayne, New Jersey, who knows firsthand how important the Department of Education's funding is. Her daughter, who's legally blind, relies on Bookshare, an online learning tool that provides accessible materials to students with print disabilities at no cost to schools or families. Without it, her daughter would be left behind. As Ashley put it, this is a service she absolutely needs in order to access information that regularly sighted people do not even have to think about. Cutting programs like this isn't just irresponsible, it would be cruel. Kimberly from Dumont, New Jersey, the mother of twin boys with nonverbal level 3 autism. They attend an amazing school in Nutley because of IDEA. Without it, their future would be uncertain. In her own words, she says, quote, "It was not long ago that kids like them would have had to have been institutionalized. Now they are able to have a beautiful life and go to school. I am terrified of the future if IDEA is eliminated. I am begging you, please consider families like mine." Kimberly, I see you. Michelle from New Jersey shares this fear. Her daughter, who has neurofibromatosis, and has apraxia, depends on in-class support to succeed. She knows firsthand how essential the Department of Education is in protecting students with disabilities. This is her words now, quite, quote, "Gutting, weakening, and ultimately closing the Department of Education is disastrous and dangerous for the disabled students who depend upon it." She reminds us that education is a civil right, and laws like IDEA and Section 504 ensure that students with disabilities receive the support they need to succeed. Alana from my state is deeply concerned about her 20-year-old son who depends on the protections of Section 504 to have a fair shot at the future. Her 10-year-old child with autism relies on these protections every single day. She is asking for help because, as she put it, Section 504 and its rules are very important to the disability community. We need your help to save it. Roger, who's a grandfather from New Jersey, is also pleading for action. His granddaughter has relied on a 504 plan since 7th grade and will continue to need it as she applies to college. He raises the essential question, which programs are directly helping students? The answer is clear. Laws like IDEA, IEPs, and Section 504, they're not luxuries, they're lifelines. Again, this is not about politics, and as we see from various writings, people from both sides of the aisle are worried and concerned. I'd like to submit for the record this article from one of the publications in my state, What Happens to Special Education Programs in New Jersey if Trump Shuts Down the Department of Education. It's by Gene Myers.
Without objection.
Thank you very much. I want to say something about student loans, too. The Department of Education is also responsible for operating the $1.6 trillion student federal loan program, which benefits 42.7 million borrowers in America, and it allows students to access higher education, something that is shown unequivocally to strengthen our economy. This administration plans to move student loan funding to the Small Business Administration, a plan that even some of my Republican colleagues in Congress have expressed serious concerns about. Here's an article that Republicans are hesitant to stand behind Trump's plan for student loans. Although SBA managed a wealth of COVID relief programs, it normally runs a much smaller operation than the student debt program. President Trump has yet to win over his own party to push immediately, in quotes, transfer of the Department of Education's massive student loan operation to another agency that's slated for deep staff cuts. Trump was expected to propose moving the agency's $1.6 trillion portfolio to the Treasury Department, a concept long discussed on Capitol Hill and suggested in Project 2025, the Heritage Foundation's conservative policy blueprint. Instead, the president announced this month that the SBA would get it, surprising many lawmakers and conservatives who track the issue. Although the SBA, which provides financial support to companies for disaster relief, training, and other needs, managed a wealth of COVID relief programs that normally runs a much smaller operation than student debt. It's also slated to lose 43% of its staff. Now Republicans are worried about the size of the debt and the staffing needed to manage the complex system of service borrowers and loan applications. And with about 43 million borrowers and a record number of them starting to fall behind on their payments since the pandemic-era hiatus ended in 2023, transferring this work may be one of the most challenging hurdles for unwinding the agency President Trump has pledged to close. A lot of us were thinking it would go to Treasury. We're talking about the huge nature of student loans, House Education and Workforce Chair Tim Walberg said in an interview. They have much larger staffing capabilities right now than SBA, but the president may have something specific in mind that I'm not aware of. Early legislation from Senator Mike Rounds aimed at dismantling the Education Department also recommended the Treasury Department for the job. At a recent House Rules Committee meeting, Walberg suggested that moving the portfolio to the SBA, which likely requires an act of Congress to complete, might not be permanent. Some Republican lawmakers have been hesitant to say the move is official. Neither the Education Department's Federal Aid Office, which manages the loan program, nor the SBA have provided a timeline or detailed plans to move the portfolio, but Education Department officials, skeptical of Trump's SBA plan, met the week after his announcement to discuss if the Treasury Department should manage this massive portfolio instead of the SBA, according to a person who was granted anonymity to discuss the matter. Some conservatives are concerned about the SBA's lack of experience with colleges and universities and the time crunch and staff will be under to learn the complex student loan system. The plan to move the portfolio sounds rushed. It sounds like no one has been briefed on it, and it's not clear what the purpose is, said Jason Delsey, who served on the Education Department's review group on Trump's presidential transition team. FSA largely works with direct loans, meaning that instead of a bank lending the money, the Education Department disperses the funds directly to institutions in the students' names. Colleges and universities, however, aren't on the hook if the loan isn't repaid. The borrower is. The SBA only started working with direct loans at a massive scale in the aftermath of the pandemic. They're laying off 43% of the SBA staff at the same time. SBA is being handed $1.6 trillion portfolio. That's 3 times the size of what they have, and they're laying off 43% of the staff, said Michael Negron, who worked on the small business and student loans for the National Economic Council during the Biden administration. The administration has not clearly stated whether the FSA workers who have expertise on the student debt system would be transferred to the SBA, which is concern for Negron. That doesn't mean it's impossible. The SBA could be a fit, he said, but the conditions need to be right. There is a world where this can work, he said optimistically, who is now a fellow at Groundwork Collaborative, a left-leaning think tank. The White House did not acknowledge questions about how it would transfer. President Trump is doing everything he can within his executive authority to dismantle the Department of Education and return education back to the states while safeguarding critical functions for students and families, said Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt in a statement. The president has always said Congress has a role to play in this effort, and we expect them to help the president deliver. You know, that sounds like a president who doesn't care about Congress, cares about what he's trying to do, hasn't approached this in an intelligent way, making grand statements and opinions without not considering that the department you're transferring loans to might actually be incapable with a severely diminished staff of doing the job. Here's an incredible article by Fareed Zakaria about what this is really going on and how it affects the United States, especially relative to other nations. There is no area in which the United States' global dominance is more total than higher education. With about 4% of the world's population and 25% of its gross domestic product, America has 72% of the world's top 25 universities by one ranking and 64% by another. But this crucial U.S. competitive advantage is being undermined by the Trump administration's war on colleges. Hat tip to the New York Times' Michelle Goldberg for raising this issue as well. We have to honestly and aggressively attack the universities in this country. The professors are the enemy, said J.D. Vance during a speech to the National Conservatism Conference in 2021. The administration has put those words into action. The most dramatic assaults have been financial, a freezing or massive reduction in research grants and loans from the federal government. Some of these efforts are under court review, but the cumulative impact could be that billions of dollars in cuts to basic research, much of it's disrupting ongoing projects and programs. High-quality research in the United States has emerged in a unique ecosystem. The federal government provides much of the funding through prominent institutions such as the National Institute of Health and the National Science Foundation. Private foundations and companies account for the most of the rest. Professors at universities, both public and private, use these funds to conduct research. No other country has a system that works as well. What is risk now is what Holden Thorpe, the editor-in-chief of Science, family of journalists, calls the social contract that the federal government institutions have had to enable the scientific research enterprise in America in the last 80 years. That is what is at risk. Take Duke University, which ranked number 11 in total grants received from the NIH last year. Of its $1.33 billion research budget, $863 million came from Washington, according to the AP. That includes funds for critical research projects on cancer and other diseases, but also supports more than 630 PhD students at the medical school. If the cuts go through, these projects and students will have to be pared back substantially. Just on Thursday, Johns Hopkins announced huge layoffs, saying it would let go of more than 2,000 employees after losing $800 million in federal grants. One crucial mechanism to cut funding is through a massive reduction in the overhead or indirect costs that universities get reimbursed for by the federal government. Overhead makes up 40 or 50% of a grant. But last month, the NIH ordered that it be capped at 15%. That sounds more rational than it is. Universities divide their costs on science grants into research costs, the salaries of the professors and graduate students, and overhead, the costs of the buildings, labs, energy, and utilities and administrative staffs. When you are building a complex lab to conduct experiments, the structure and equipment is often far more costly than the salaries and stipends of the researchers. Michigan State University has declared that these cuts could make it stop construction of a $330 million research building for cancer research, for cardiovascular disease, and neuroscience studies. Government funding plays a unique role in America. It often supports basic research, the kind that companies have less incentive to do. And its results cannot be hoarded by any one company, but rather are provided free to the entire scientific community, to the entire technological community, so that all can use it to experiment and innovate. It's an incredible American system that has reaped billions and billions of dollars of rewards to our economy. Take the mapping of the human genome. It cost less than $3 billion and took 13 years because it was government funded. One of its key requirements was that the research should be made publicly available for all within 24 hours of being generated. The other assault on the universities is a strange new attack on free speech for read rights. It began from a principled critique that bureaucracies, universities, and elites all became too woke. But the government response to this problem has been Orwellian, searching through these institutions for any mentions of the words diversity or identity or inclusion, and then shutting down those programs without any review. Worse, it now punishes universities on their campuses, people who might espouse certain views on topics like Israel and Palestine, and now is punishing the protesters themselves. I have long argued that universities have a huge problem. They have far too little intellectual and ideological diversity, which is the most important kind of diversity on a campus. But the way you fix that is not to restrict radical left-wing speech, but to add voices and views from other parts of the spectrum. The answer to censorship by the left is not censorship by the right. The fury with which the Trump administration has turned on academia resembles nothing so much as the early days of the Cultural Revolution, when an increasingly paranoid Mao Zedong smashed China's universities, their established universities, and a madness that took generations in China to remedy. Meanwhile, in Beijing last week, the Chinese government announced its intention to massively increase funding for research and technology so that it could lead the world in science in the 21st century. So as America appears to be copying the worst aspects of Chinese history, China is copying the best aspect of America's, striving to take the edge away from the United States as though we are going through our own cultural revolution. Learn from the fascist in China. This Fareed's article's over. This is me now. Learn from the fascist in China and don't do what the Chinese did. Do what America has done to lead humanity in the sciences, in innovation, in research, in breakthroughs, in science. We are the global model, and one administration in 71 days has our best universities cutting the number of PhD students they bring in, cutting the research that they're doing, cutting the planned development of research buildings. This is insanity. Insanity. We are America. Why is the President of the United States attacking the science and research at the top universities on the planet Earth, bullying them, undermining them? I've had universities from my state. I've had universities from my neighboring state, not Connecticut, New York. I've had my college, Stanford, come to see me, top researchers. The academic community, not the political community, not the history majors, not the political scientists, not the literature students, not the AFAM departments. The scientists of America have been coming to the Senate to say, what the heck? What is going on? How How could you take America's edge, America's advantage, America's strength, America's brilliance, and undercut it in 71 days of your administration? We are killing the golden goose. Why? Because we have a president who is taking money that we already approved, the Article 1 branch of government, and claiming that he could claw it back, all on some trumped up charge that these institutions are too woke. The solution to that is not to cut science funding. This should make people mad, but more importantly, it should make people stand up and not be bystanders and wait until we lose our edge, because our adversaries globally are smiling as we destroy our institutions, from Duke to Rutgers to University of Michigan to Berkeley to Stanford. This is madness. This is insanity. And one of a dozen reasons we're going through, a dozen reasons I'm standing here, that we should not be doing things normal. If we are complicit in what Donald Trump is doing, I'm hearing it not from political people, but from scientists that show up in my office, from Cornell, medical researchers that show up in my office from our research hospitals in New Jersey, and are saying, they're not political, they're just saying, what the heck? You are undermining the research of today that will affect the breakthroughs 5 years from now, 10 years from now. What's China doing while we're doing this? They're investing. Record numbers, record levels. The country of Tiananmen Square cracking down on college students is now trying to out America, while America is acting more like them, because our president is violating the separation of powers, taking away the money we approved. And we're letting it happen by doing things normally here and not holding one hearing. Here's another example of what Fareed was talking about. It's an article entitled, Graduate Student Admissions Paused. Graduate student admissions paused and cut back as universities react to the Trump orders on research. And again, this is not from a political magazine. It's not from the New York Times or the Washington Post or the Wall Street Journal. This is from Stat News. When did science become political? Acceptances for biomedical graduate students and professional scholars are being cut back at some universities and medical centers across the country as many grapple with the potential impact of the Trump administration's order to cut National Institute of Health research funding. That paragraph alone should have people all in this chamber upset. Let's just give European universities, Australian universities, Canadian universities, Chinese universities a leg up, because we're going to cut the number of graduate students and postdoctoral students. The geniuses in our country will have less opportunity. Here goes the article, it continues. The cuts come even as the proposed reductions to funding for overhead expenses set to start on February 10th were temporarily halted last week by federal judges, at least until a court hearing. Universities appear to be exercising caution, with some freezing positions and not taking new applications or accepting fewer students than normal, according to interviews, public announcements, and internal emails obtained by STAT. The abrupt narrowing of training opportunities is leaving many future researchers at the start of their scientific journey in limbo. The academic calendar runs to the rhythm of its own sessions right now. It's typically this time of year when offer letters for PhD programs and postdoc positions in labs start hitting inboxes. Universities and academic medical centers were in the thick of that process when the NIH, under President Donald Trump, put out a policy about overhead costs known as indirect costs. This couldn't be worse timing for doing this. Waverly Ding, an associate professor at the University of Maryland who studies the biomedical sciences workforce, is creating a jolt in the market that is going to be disabling for labs, especially the smaller labs, because they won't have the human capital to do their science. It's also going to create chaos for PhDs. It's going to be a cascading chain effect through the entire ecosystem. I know we don't read science. Actually, we have a few doctors in here that do. But look at the alarm that they're sounding that this is not normal. The slowdown is happening at some universities and not at others. Some students may be unaware of the issue as they anxiously await acceptance letters without fully understanding the role national politics is playing in those decisions. Some faculty are grappling with admissions that are paused and then unpaused, while others say they are receiving little information or guidance from leadership. At the University of Southern California, and as a former Stanford football player, it's hard for me to talk about USC. I had to jab them, Senator Murphy. At the University of Southern California, faculty in some departments were told last week to pause admissions and not formalize offers to students, even those who had visited and been given verbal acceptances. The awkward part is that we are already told these applicants that they were provisionally accepted and invited them to an in-person recruitment day. Many have already purchased a flight and made hotel reservations. I mean, that is just cruel. One professor said in a faculty discussion listserv observed by STAT, I know Senator Murphy hangs out in faculty discussion listservs, that pause on admissions in psychology was lifted this week, STAT was told. Jennifer Unger, a professor.
So you're listening in live there on the Senate floor as Senator Cory Booker is holding a session this Tuesday morning to protest the GOP budget and DOGE cuts. This session has been an all-nighter. When I came into work this morning at 3 a.m. Eastern time, the session still ongoing. And here at 7:15 on the East Coast, you can see it still resumes. We're going to go ahead and take a quick 2-minute commercial break. More live events when we return. Getting back to this live event there at the U.S. Capitol as the Senate debate and discussion continues regarding the GOP budget and DOGE cuts. Let's continue to listen in.
Most important areas of human endeavor can't get hired. They will go elsewhere. For over a generation, America has led the planet Earth because of this combination between research universities, private sector industry, and government. How do I know this? Because I'm here because of it. The whole computer revolution in America was because incredible computer science researchers at academic institutions were partnering with industry and being funded in many ways by the government, and it helped companies like IBM with their mainframes dominate. My dad was one of IBM's first black people hired as a salesman in the Washington, D.C., Maryland area. My company became, my parents were IBMers. Because when scientific endeavor explodes into new industry, new ideas, new biomedical breakthroughs, it creates a ripple effect through our economy, lifting so many people up. And in 71 days, Donald Trump's actions have led scientific articles like this to talk about a postdoc program which provides bright, recent college graduates, brilliant people, 1,600 of them, to usually get jobs, has been canceled. And this article laments from scientists, not political people, not politicians, that this is a crisis. It's a crisis in America. And we haven't held one hearing on this in Congress. Yet, university after university, I can't be the only senator having this happen. Not just from my state, the universities are coming, from New York to California, sounding the alarm that we are going to lose our competitive edge against one of our greatest competitors, China, who is doubling down, as the article said, in research on the sciences. But let me just give you some examples, and then I'll yield for a question. I just want to talk about some New Jersey institutions that have written me out. Rutgers has been a partner in the Air Force Research Laboratory's Minority Leaders Research Collaborative Program. That grant, which has been led by the Ohio State University, is on pause. God forbid they use the word minority, and the annual program review and summer internship programs are not expected to happen this year. Rutgers School of Nursing has been working with the Institute of Human Virology in Nigeria on an action to sustain precision and integrated HIV response towards epidemic control. And they were funded through a CDC and PEPFAR grant. A stop work order came in. Multiple Rutgers entities have received communications from federal agencies related to DEIA cancellation of apprenticeship programs. Many conferences have been canceled that are trying to find the best minds wherever they might be, because there's many geniuses at Howard and Fisk and Morehouse that are often overlooked. Anika Barber, faculty of the Rutgers Department of Molecular Biology and Biochemistry, writes me this: Rutgers holds an NIH initiative for maximizing student development training grant that supports an additional 5 doctoral students. This grant expires in January 2026, and we put in for a renewal this fall, for which I wrote a letter of support. However, it seems likely that this grant proposal will not even be reviewed. I just completed the first year of funding on my NIH Maximizing Investigations Research Award and put in my progress report for the next years of funding. These are non-competing renewals, which means they don't go through peer review. In the past, they were reviewed by the NIH program officials to ensure that the funds are being managed in accordance with the approval grant and the research findings. However, NIH has been extremely slow to process even these non-competitive renewals. This type of grant requires a plan for enhancing the work. I want to read this last letter. It's handwritten. I am writing you not only as a concerned parent who believes in progress, education, and the power of science to improve lives. My daughter is a PhD in neuroscience, dedicating her life to research that has the potential to save countless lives. As a minority in science, she has worked tirelessly to overcome barriers in a field that is already competitive and demanding. Watching the current political attacks on research funding is devastating, not just for her future, but for the future of the American country. Science is not political, it serves all people. Yet funding cuts to agencies like NIH and the National Science Foundation threaten to halt critical research that leads to medical breakthroughs. These cuts will not only slow progress in fighting diseases like cancer, Alzheimer's, and Parkinson's, but they will also discourage young, diverse scientists, many of whom have already fought hard to be in these spaces, from staying in the field. This is not just about scientists. It's about every American. Diseases do not know political parties. Without adequate research funding, we are all at risk of losing the chance for better treatments, new cures, and improved health care. If we truly want a stronger and more innovative America, we must invest in science, not abandon it. Defunding research will also harm our economy. Scientific innovation drives job creation, medical advancements, and global progress. A country that does not invest in science is a country that falls behind. I will yield for a question while retaining the floor.
I thank the senator. What the senator is outlining is an extraordinary assault, not just on education, but on the knowledge economy. I want to bring manufacturing jobs back to this country, but I understand, I think everybody understands, that we are not going to be a nation filled with low-skill manufacturing jobs. We are going to be a nation that does high-skill manufacturing. We are going to be a nation that invents things. We are going to be a nation that is dependent on engineering and on invention. We're going to be a knowledge economy. We are today, but we're going to be even more reliant on maintaining and expanding our knowledge edge on the rest of the world, given the fact that the pace of change and the oncoming transformation that will come from robotics and AI will make it even more important for a nation to have the most highly skilled, most highly educated workforce possible in order to stay ahead of the curve and not have employment be buried by automation and artificial intelligence. So this is a moment in which we should be doubling down on our support for the knowledge economy, on that integration of public sector research and private sector research, which has always been the genius of the American economy. We did that integration better than anybody, and it is not coincidental that we leapfrogged the rest of the world when it came to that innovation economy. But what the senator is explaining is that the Trump administration is waging a war on the knowledge economy, is literally signing our economic death warrant by coming after the foundational strength of our nation, which is that public-private sector integration. I just checked in with the University of Connecticut, which is going to lose $165 million because of this illegal change that the Trump administration has implemented, dramatically cutting the amount of research dollars that go to institutions with NIH grants. I'll just read like half their list. They gave me the list of all the research projects that are going to either be eliminated or slowed or diminished. A project for improving physical and cognitive function in aging, a project on improving outcomes for people with autism, problem on understanding neural mechanisms for language and reading, including for people with dyslexia, funding for prevention and care for HIV patients, projects for studying the leading causes of death and disability in the United States, including cancer, obesity, Alzheimer's disease, and substance abuse, projects studying treatments for rare diseases and genetic disorders with specific impacts on health, including sickle cell, mitochondrial disorders, Rett syndrome and Prader-Willi syndrome, muscle and bone regeneration research, tick-borne diseases. University of Connecticut faces the same crisis as all the other institutions listed in that incredibly long and comprehensive Stat News article. And as you mentioned, researchers are not going to wait around for this crisis to pass. They are going to accept offers from research institutions in other countries, from our European allies to our Asian competitors. We are going to lose our competitive edge when it comes to research. It is worth noting that this change in research funding is illegal. Article 1 vests the spending power of the federal government in Congress. That's plain and simple, and there's lots of good reasons why our founding fathers did that, Senator Booker. They were determined to keep the spending power out of the hands of the executive branch because they had seen how the British king had used the Treasury in order to compel loyalty and to punish opposition. You get money if you're loyal to me. I withhold money from you if you are disloyal to me. And so Congress got the spending power. We decided the exact rate of reimbursement for medical research. We were very specific about it in the statute that we passed, Republicans and Democrats. This cut in funding for institutes of higher education's research that has been implemented by the administration is illegal on its face. Congress said exactly how research funding should be allocated. The president is ignoring that statute and implementing a unilateral cut. It has been enjoined by the federal court. Hopefully, if the courts follow the law, it will be permanently stopped. But it is important to note that it stands in a larger context of the federal government using its spending power, the Trump administration trying to seize control of federal spending in order to do that work that our founding fathers were so worried about. We have seen over the past several weeks the administration march through school after school, trying to cut individual deals with institutions of higher education. We will release your funding only after you sign a bilateral agreement with the administration, lining your institute of higher education's priorities up with the political interests of the administration. This is exactly what our founding fathers were trying to avoid. The executive using the spending power to compel loyalty from individuals and institutions. What they are doing is illegal. And it is beyond me why my Republican colleagues, our Republican colleagues, stand idly by. Well, the spending power vested in Congress by the Constitution is ripped from us. But Senator Booker, I guess I'm going to ask you the same question I did when it came to this assault on Social Security. And it's a simple question, and I'll lay out a little bit of a predicate. The question is why? What the administration has done is extraordinary. Proposing to close the Department of Education, wildly unpopular. Nobody's asking for that. Waging this illegal and unconstitutional assault on our knowledge economy. Suspending funding for institutions of higher education research budgets when plainly the statute says they cannot do that. So why engage in this extraordinary action to essentially destroy America's knowledge economy from elementary school all the way up to graduate education? Well, as we've talked about, as you laid out, it can't be because you're trying to help the economy. This destroys the economy. I mean, this is the worst thing that you could probably do for the economy, is to wage this open, transparent, proudful assault on research. Because we will not survive as an economy unless we are the place where cutting-edge research and invention happens. We just won't. And so researchers now who are having all of their offers suspended by major colleges and universities, they're looking elsewhere. Maybe they're hoping that the offer still comes through, but they're dialing up other competitors, many of them outside of the United States. There was a story out of the University of Cambridge in England a couple weeks ago in which their administrators were talking about the bounty that they are receiving as some of the highest class researchers in the world are coming to them because they don't believe that they will have any source of stable funding from the United States. So it can't be about helping us create jobs or supporting our economy. This is no doubt an assault on the economy. One of the complaints that I hear often about elementary and secondary education is that the Department of Education was engaged in micromanagement, right? That it was a federal school board, and we want to get the federal government out of the business of dictating what local schools will do. Well, that's not a credible explanation for what's happening, because, in fact, the Trump administration is telegraphing.
The debate continues on the Senate floor this Tuesday morning, a session underway to debate and discuss the GOP budget and DOGE cuts. Senator Chris Murphy from Connecticut currently speaking. We're going to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. More of this live event when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine. We're going to head back out to this live event. This Senate session still underway. A new senator has the floor. This is the senator out of New York, Kirsten Gillibrand. Let's listen in.
We also know that safety inspectors, systems specialists, Maintenance mechanics are among workers who are affected, and at least one of the employees fired worked for FAA's National Defense Program, which protects our airspace from enemy drones, missiles, aircraft, and used as weapons. I want to talk about those missiles and drones as well. I really want to talk to you about what your thinking is here, that we don't have a plan. You had the incursions in New Jersey, incursions in New York at the same time, and we don't have assurance that those drones aren't being operated by China or Russia or Iran or another adversary for a nefarious purpose. We have to get to the bottom of this, and that's something that, Senator Booker, you and I have been at the forefront on when questioning the administration about what they're doing on this issue. So the question I have is, why did the administration fire these workers and so easily part with them? Who will perform these duties going forward? What risk analysis was performed to ensure this won't make flying less safe? Now, I asked these questions of the Secretary of Transportation in a letter on February 20th, over a month ago, and what was their response? We don't know. They haven't answered my letter. They're not willing to engage the Senate in actually policy and decisions that keep our states safe. What's worse is that we don't know if this is where it ends, or if more reductions are coming, and more reductions that allow for safety for our FAA. Now, DOGE's so-called workforce optimization initiative, it's BS. They don't do the analysis first. They just make the cuts. We need the Secretary and the acting FAA administrator to be responsive to Congress's questions and oversight. The American people deserve to have a federal aviation agency that is dedicated to actually doing the job of protecting us, protecting this country. The Trump administration needs to take immediate steps to address FAA staffing shortages across the entire agency, not just air traffic controllers. So, Senator Booker, the question I really want to ask you is, for your state, for New Jerseyans, what are they thinking? Like, how do they receive this information? What do they say when they read about drone incursions over one of your arsenals, over one of your sensitive military bases? What do they think about cutting staff to the FAA when they watch all this information about crashes? I know my constituents are pretty stressed out about it. They don't understand why someone's making these cuts. Again, the why is the most important question. It's not for efficiency. It's not to get rid of the fat. It's not to get rid of the fraud. Never heard an allegation there's fraud in the FAA. Never heard an allegation there's fat in the FAA. They've been understaffed forever. So they're lying about the purpose. So what is the purpose? What is the purpose? What are they going to do with that money, Senator Booker? I'd like to know.
So I appreciate this more than you know, and there's a line threaded throughout your entire question.
All right, so the senator of New York yields her time to give it back to Senator Cory Booker, a Democrat of New Jersey. We're going to go ahead and take another 2-minute commercial break. Make sure to keep a close eye on the left side of your screen as my producer, Juliana Maya, has provided upcoming events so you can plan your Tuesday with us here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, taking you back out to Washington, D.C. as we continue with your live events this Tuesday morning. This beautiful 4-box just to showcase some of the beautiful scenery out in Washington, D.C. We have on that bottom left, Mount Vernon, George Washington home, and then different looks around the D.C. area, the Capitol. That left top box, beautiful cherry blossoms in bloom. Many people flocking out to the D.C. area to see that. And then that bottom right box, the Washington Monument. That top right box, though, giving you a live look at the U.S. Capitol. Let's head back inside as the debate continues on the Senate floor regarding the GOP budget and DOGE cuts.
Every night, over and over again, over sensitive military bases. There was one over Langley. We've had them over arsenals in New Jersey, over sensitive sites in New York. We've had them over military bases across the country. And, you know, I don't like it when the answer is, oh, we know where most of this is. This is mostly FAA traffic. And I don't like it when I hear it from this administration or any administration, because it's not true. Some of the drone sightings are planes in the air, helicopters, you know, maybe weather balloons, maybe enthusiasts, but they do not know if all are. And in these specific incursions, they do not know the origin of them. They do not know whose they are. They do not know who is operating them. They do not know the purpose of these drones. These drones could easily be spying. They could be planning attacks. They could be doing anything nefarious. We have no basis to say it is all known and we are not concerned. And so this is something we are going to get to the bottom of. I am very incensed about it. It does not leave our personnel as safe and does not leave our secrets safe. So drones is one issue. The second issue, if you could address on the national security side, is cybersecurity. I think that, and election security, one of the cuts that the DOGE boys made, which I literally cannot understand why they would ever do this. This is making us weaker. It is making us less safe. It is not good for America. And it shows how ill-advised this process is and how uninformed this process is and how we can see through these cuts how insincere this process is. This is not about waste. This is not about fraud. This is not about good government. This is about making massive cuts for tax breaks for billionaires, because that is where they want to spend your tax dollars. New Yorkers' tax dollars and New Jerseyans' tax dollars. They want to take it and give it to tax breaks to the billionaires. Okay, so this is the question. These cuts, they have cut all the personnel, or the main personnel, at an organization called CISA that were supposed to be doing election security. So the people who actually were working with the states to make sure our election system can't be hacked, they fired those people. They fired the senior personnel at the Department of Defense, our most experienced generals, across the board, members from the Joint Chiefs of Staff, just fired them. For what reason? I don't know. No substantive reason was ever given. But these are the senior personnel who actually keep us from wars, who have the judgment and the experience to advise the president, to advise Congress, to advise us on how to keep us safe. And then the last group they cut were the lawyers. Do you remember that Shakespeare play, The First Thing We Do Is Kill All the Lawyers? Well, the context in which that was given was in order to have a coup. So Shakespeare, hundreds of years ago, said, if you want to have a coup, the first thing you do is kill all the lawyers. Well, they fired all the lawyers, the senior lawyers at the Department of Defense. They fired the generals who actually know how to keep us safe. And then they fired the personnel at CISA who are responsible for election interference. They fired the people at the FBI who are also responsible for election interference. So again, these firings make no sense. I don't think they're making us I don't think they're making us more safe. I think they are making us less safe. When you fire the people who know what they're doing and are dedicated to keeping us safe, Does it make us safer? What do you think, Senator Booker, about any of the topics that I raised, specifically the drones, the firing of the election protection personnel at CISA, the firing of the generals, the firing of the senior lawyers at the Department of Defense, firing of the FBI personnel, also expert at election interfering? These are the smartest, most capable, the most sophisticated senior personnel that are there to help us keep this country safe. I really want to hear what you're hearing for your state and what you're thinking about this reckless approach to national security.
I'm so grateful for the questions from my colleague, from my friend. I want folks to know that probably the best dinner I had when I came here was with the senator from New York, who really gave me a quick rundown on how to get things done in this body. I've watched her work on both sides of the aisle relentlessly to get things over the finish line, to help people in our region, from 9/11 folks who were our first responders to get their health care, to fight, to support the military, empower the military, but to fight against sexual assault in the military. She is one of these phenomenal people, and a lot of her questions we're going to get to, including that question that was obviously painful about national security, is that, like, hey, one of the strategies of Russia, we know this, is to attack elections of other democracies, to try to sow discord, to try to undermine the very voting process. And the Trump administration pulled away a lot of the people in the DOJ and elsewhere that their sole purpose was to fight against foreign election interference. And so how can we have a nation where the president that's in charge of national security is not doing things to address the issues that were in your questions? And I want to start by reading a couple constituent letters. I know we want to step back and talk a little bit about immigration because my colleague and my friend and my partner in leadership in the Senate, Tina Smith, is here. But I want to get into some of these letters because I said over 12 hours ago that we were going to continue to elevate the voices of people out there. And so this is coming from someone from New Jersey. And they're writing, "Dear Senator Booker, I'm writing to express my deep concern regarding the current state of our nation and the lack of response to the looming constitutional crisis. It is becoming increasingly difficult to ignore the actions of a president who routinely lies and makes outrageous proposals such as annexing Greenland, Mexico, and Panama, or even renaming the Gulf of Mexico. Those proposals not only undermine our international standing, but also disrespect the foundations of our country. Furthermore, I'm alarmed by the growing threat to press freedom. Recently, for example, the Associated Press was barred from the White House press room simply for referring to the Gulf of Mexico rather than the Gulf of America, a clear sign that the president's disregard for free speech and free press's role in holding power to account. The president is actively trampling on the Constitution and blatantly ignoring the rule of law, as Senator Gillibrand was saying. He has taken steps to slash vital federal agencies and disaster relief programs, undermining our nation's capacity to respond to crises. His decision to appoint unqualified individuals to high positions for the purpose of following his will is another example of how our democratic systems are being systematically weakened. Additionally, his reckless and irresponsible approach to foreign policy is making the world more dangerous. His insistence on blaming Ukraine for Russia's invasion and ongoing war is not only historically inaccurate, but also deeply damaging to our allies and global stability. Even worse, his administration has entertained so-called, in quotes, peace settlements that exclude Ukraine from the process entirely, effectively allowing Russia to dictate terms without any Ukrainian input. Such actions betray our commitments to sovereignty and democracy and embolden authoritarian regimes worldwide. Domestically, his agenda is destructive. His administration has pursued the withdrawal from USAID, the gutting of critical global humanitarian and development efforts that have long served U.S. interests abroad. At home, he is enabling tech billionaires like Elon Musk to take a chainsaw to government agencies, arbitrarily dismantling institutions that provide essential public services. His attacks on the NIH and its funding jeopardize critical medical research and public health initiatives, undermining scientific progress for purely ideological reasons. Beyond these threats, his treatment of our closest allies is both reckless and embarrassing. His taunting of Canada, whether through inflammatory rhetoric or deliberate policy snubs, weakens our diplomatic ties and disregards the importance of maintaining strong relationships with our neighbors. This petty, short-sighted approach to international relations is isolating the U.S. at a time when global cooperation is more critical than ever. My greatest frustration, however, is the lack of action from our representatives and governors. Too many are cowering in fear of the president's authoritarian tactics. I am troubled by the absence of pushback. We are witnessing the erosion of checks and balances, and the consequences could be dire. I was heartened by Governor Janet Mills of Maine standing up to the president's orders. Unfortunately, his response was a threat to her political future, further evidence of the intimidation tactics being employed. I implore you, Senator Booker, to show some moral courage and take meaningful action to stand up to this growing threat to our democracy. Please let me know how you are responding to this situation and what steps you, Senator Booker, are taking to defend our Constitution and the rule of law. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to hearing from you soon. I hope at this early morning hour at almost 8 o'clock that maybe you are listening, because I hear you, I see you, and I'm standing here because, in part, of letters like yours. This is not normal. These are not normal times. We must begin to do as John Lewis says, get in good trouble.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, the Senate session there at the U.S. Capitol continues. Senator Cory Booker, the Democrat from New Jersey, calling this session overnight. When I came in at 3 o'clock this morning Eastern time, this session was ongoing. A few minutes shy from the top of the 8 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, and you see several senators still on the Senate floor there as they debate and discuss the GOP budget and DOGE cuts. We're going to go ahead and take our final break of the 7 o'clock hour. More live events when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jean-Nay Francine. 2 minutes shy from the top of the 8 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, and we head back out to the U.S. Capitol. A live event underway there on the Senate floor as this Tuesday morning, Senator Cory Booker has convened the Senate to debate and discuss the GOP budget and recent DOGE cuts. Let's continue to listen in.
I have seen the beautiful roads and railroads in Africa built by Chinese. In one fell swoop, Trump has given that continent to the Chinese and the Russians. He did the same thing years ago by canceling participation in the Pacific Free Trade Pact, forfeiting our power and our goodwill, making China the largest player in the region. I saw the goodwill in the eyes of passersby from the Philippines to Georgia to Tajikistan. Now I hear it turn to hostility. Think of sports fans in Canada booing our national anthem. Think also of the infants that will now die from AIDS because of USAID's treatment program was abruptly stopped, along with vaccination programs and programs for stopping diseases such as Ebola, monkeypox, hemorrhagic fever. These diseases will come home. With even a 90-day pause in workers in these programs, we will lose jobs and rent, and some never will return. Refrigeration of medicines will be at risk. Clinics and offices will become unavailable. Humpty Dumpty will not be quickly put back together again. Some of what Trump wants to do will ultimately need approval of Congress. I urge you to fight every one of his proposals and appointments. Slow the legislative process as much as you can. Please, I hope Trump will lose his majority. Thank you for your attention. I will be of service in any way possible to right these wrongs. I love when constituents don't only point out what's wrong, but stand up and say, I will be in service. Let me know how I can help. Your voice is helping tonight. Speaking to these issues is helping tonight. I know my Senate colleague is here. If she has a question, I will yield while retaining the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to my colleague from New Jersey for yielding for a question. And I want to just start by thanking my colleague for one of my dearest friends in the Senate for using his voice in such a powerful way over the many, many hours that you've been holding the Senate floor. And I know you well enough to know that you are not doing this because of your belief in the power of your voice. You are doing this because of your belief in the power of all of the voices that you've been amplifying all through the night, and your belief of the importance that the millions of Americans who are so frightened and concerned and horrified by what they see this administration doing, and wanting to feel like there is somebody here that is fighting for them and that is listening to them. And the way in which you are reading these letters today and all through the night, Senator Booker, I think is a tribute to your respect for all of those Americans. And so I'm so grateful for that. And I wanted to take a moment, if I could, to ask you to yield for a question related to what you've been talking about. You know, and I certainly agree with you that these are not normal times in our nation, and as elected officials, it is our duty to speak up and to fight back against the abuses and the overreach of this administration, and to raise up our voices, raise up the voices of our constituents who, as I said, are both frightened and furious about what's happening. So my question to you, Senator Booker, is about some of the Trump administration's recent actions regarding immigration. And my question is in three parts. First, I think that we can all agree that our current immigration system in this country is broken. It is not working well for anyone. It's not working well for American businesses that depend on a global talent pool. It is not working well for families who want to reunite with their loved ones. And it is not working well at all for those who seek refuge from persecution and believe in the promises that are carved into the Statue of Liberty. And to my colleague, I ask these questions and I think about these issues, about the shortcomings of our immigration system, as the senator from Minnesota, where our meat processing sector relies so much on immigrant labor, where the University of Minnesota is a beacon for international students studying science and technology and agriculture, where the resorts in Minnesota rely on folks from all over the country to come and make them work. The little mom and pop 12 cabin operations up on lakes in northern Minnesota, and the manufacturers who rely on, as I said, the best and the brightest from all over the world coming to serve in our state and serving our economy. And I think we know, my colleague from New Jersey, that there have been real and serious bipartisan attempts at comprehensive immigration reform debated in this body. And while I might not have agreed with everything in these proposals, I suspect you might not as well, I think we both, I'm sure, strongly believe that immigration is an issue that merits real debate and real policy solutions. Our colleague who is here on the floor with us this morning, Senator Murphy from Connecticut, has worked so hard to find real bipartisan solutions. And I believe that comprehensive immigration reform needs to ensure our national security. It needs to provide a fair and workable path for immigrants who want to come and contribute to the American dream, which is what truly makes this country great. But here's the rub. The Trump administration's recent actions show that they are not interested in serious policy reforms that would make Americans safer or make our immigration system work more efficiently and fairly. Instead, what I think we can see is this president has prioritized using our immigration system as a tool to restrict First Amendment freedoms, to subvert due process, and to further weaken America's global standing with our allies and our regional partners as he seeks to emulate the authoritarian regimes that he so openly admires. There's just one example. In recent weeks, we've seen a number of international students targeted for arrest and deportation merely on the basis of their pro-Palestinian advocacy. Now, these are young people who played by all the rules. They've entered this country with permission in order to further their educations and have not been accused of or charged of any criminal activity. Their views on the war in Gaza may differ sharply from mine or others, but I believe that the First Amendment guarantees them the right to express those views without facing punishment or reprisal from our government. Nonetheless, the Trump administration has admitted that they are doing exactly that, seeking to punish lawfully present immigrants, in some cases even green card holders, because of the political views that they've expressed. The Secretary of State has invoked a rarely used section of statute that allows him to unilaterally designate for removal any alien who may cause, and I quote, potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences. And if that's not enough, many of these arrests have been carried out in a manner that seems calculated to maximize fear and intimidation in immigrant and activist communities. Here's an example to my colleague for him to respond to. I want to take the case of the recent arrest of Rümeysa Özerkök, a Turkish graduate student at Tufts University, who was studying the relationship between child development and our social media saturated, globally connected world. She is here on a valid student visa. She is not accused of any crime. And by all accounts, she is a loved and valued member of the Tufts community. Her only purported offense was being one of 4 co-authors of an op-ed in the student newspaper that urged the administration of Tufts to engage with student calls to divest from businesses with ties to Israel and the IDF. And for that offense, her visa was revoked with no notice, and she was arrested on the street and spirited more than 1,500 miles away, which is likely a violation of a judge's order to await her probable deportation. And I'm sure many of my colleagues, including my colleague from New Jersey, has seen the video of her arrest, which was captured by a neighbor's security camera, and it is utterly chilling. She is surrounded by officers in plain clothes with no visible insignia, no markings at all on their clothing. She is handled roughly. Her belongings are taken away from her. Her hands are cuffed before being loaded into an unmarked car. I mean, it is no exaggeration that her arrest looks like a kidnapping, one that you might expect to see in Moscow rather than in the streets of Boston. And of course, the terror of what she experienced is horrible to think about, but I also think about the thousands and thousands and thousands of other students here with a student visa or other, other lawful means who see this and think to themselves, this could happen to me. This could be something that happens to my roommate or my student or anybody. It seems like such a breakdown in the rule of law and the way that our country should operate. So I would like to ask my colleague, does this seem to you, does this seem normal or appropriate for federal law enforcement officers of the United States to conduct routine arrests in plain clothes with unmarked cars and with this overwhelming show of force for individuals who pose no obvious physical threat to those law enforcement? And I mean, furthermore, is this not exactly the sort of operation that you would order if your goal is to intimidate and dissuade immigrant and activist communities from exercising their constitutional rights to free speech? Does punishing people for their political speech seem consistent with American democratic values? I can't believe that we would think that it would be consistent. And I wonder if my colleague from New Jersey would like to respond in any way to this.
I want to respond deeply. I first want to thank my colleague for being.
Senator Tina Smith of Minnesota wrapping her remarks, now giving the floor back to Senator Cory Booker. 8:11 here on the East Coast. We're going to take our first 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine, taking you back out to the nation's capital and giving you this beautiful 4-box, showing you some of the many infrastructures that people like to visit when they go out there. Also, the beautiful foliage in that top left box, giving you a live look at the Japanese cherry blossoms that are in full bloom on this Tuesday morning. Let's continue to cover our live events, heading back out to the nation's capital as Senator Cory Booker continues continues his discussion there on the Senate floor. Top topics this Tuesday morning as it relates to debate for the GOP budget and DOGE cuts. Let's continue to listen in.
Truths that I believe in, but I will fight for people's rights. And so here is a situation where you see video and it just doesn't seem like who we are. If you're revoking somebody's visa, make a phone call, tell them that you have 30 days to leave, but there should be due process. And you should have to prove your claims in court. If this person is somehow lying with some kind of enemy, prove it. But what I saw there doesn't reflect the highest ideals. God, if this Constitution was easy, it wouldn't be worth the paper it's written on. And so I love my friend because she wades into some difficult waters, but she's guided by the oath that she took to defend the Constitution. And in these complex and difficult times, she's standing up. And I tell you, when we were in the immigration section last night, or earlier, I should say, we read the most painful stories. My brother over on the other side of me, I've got some of my really dear friends on the floor right now, Senator Murphy, Senator Warnock, Senator Smith. My brother, Senator Warnock, knows that we are a nation that is paying hundreds of millions of dollars over the years of the Trump administration to fund private prisons that are being paid, incentivized to take away people's liberties. We read stories in the immigration section about people that got trapped in those systems that should never be there. Horrible stories, painful voices I've read about folks who were caught up in a system. And I just loved that one article from that Canadian that was for weeks put in a private prison. And suddenly, when she heard the lies of the people who found ways to keep her there, the aha moment that she realized that these people, every day I'm there, they get profit. They're not incentivized by justice, they're incentivized by profit. I read stories, Senator Smith, of people that were sent to that horrible jail in El Salvador that the government admitted they made a mistake. They disappeared someone who has American family members. Story after story I read that just are such a betrayal, not of democratic values, but of American values. Because we all in this body know we need to do more to protect our borders, to keep us safe, to arrest criminals, be they undocumented or documented. That's an urgency we all feel. But when you sacrifice your core values and you sacrifice them to a demagogue who says, this is all about your safety, when you sacrifice your core principles for your safety, you will achieve neither. You will neither be safe nor morally strong. The true leaders on both sides of the aisle that I've heard over the years talk on these issues say, we can do both. We can make our country safe and we can abide by our values. And in a complex world where country after country disappears people, when authoritarian countries disappear their political enemies, their political adversaries, disappear people who say things they politically disagree with, those countries are looking to us. Did you know when Donald Trump started using that phrase, fake news, fake news, fake news, that in Turkey, Erdogan started arresting people on charges of fake news? Because we are looked to. I believe, like Reagan said, we could be that city on a hill, but we are up high and folks are going to look to us for what is the world order going to be? What is democracy globally going to look like? Are we going to defend democracy and democratic principles, or will we behave like the authoritarians that we should be against? So this is a fundamental question you ask, and it has been resonating all these 13 hours. We keep coming back to the Constitution because so many of the things the Trump administration are doing, from the separation of powers to violating the very first words of our Constitution, the very first words, this commitment we make when we swear our oaths, all of us, we the people of the United States of America, this is our mandate in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice. It comes really quick. It comes really quick. Is it just to disappear a human being with no due process? I quoted Anton Scalia, this conservative that was sitting on a stage where somebody had a lot of affection for, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and the moderator asked them, does somebody in our country have the rights of this document? And he said, yes, especially the 14th Amendment that doesn't say any citizen, it says no person, no body. And so where do we stand when our founders, those imperfect geniuses, say we the people, in order to form a more perfect union, we the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our prosperity. What nation are we turning over to the next president, to the next Congress, when this Congress is sacrificing the powers that are given right underneath that preamble? It's Article 1, which spells out all legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in the Congress of the United States, which shall consist of the Senate and the House of Representatives. And then it goes on to talk about what we have the power to do. We set the laws. This president is invoking emergency powers like the Alien Insurrection Act, a 1780 something law that the last time was used in World War II to detain Japanese Americans, something so shameful, to put them in concentration camps here in America. He wants to take power from our Congress. And the thing that is killing me, that is actually breaking my heart, Brother Warnock, the thing that's actually breaking my heart is that we're letting them. That we're letting him take our power. If Elon Musk was a Democrat and Joe Biden said, hey, go after the spending power of Congress, all the things that they approved. It's hard to do bipartisan things here. God bless Patty Murray and Susan Collins coming together and getting spending bills, hard worked, hard done. Lord knows, I sometimes play a little Motown in here, I ain't too proud to beg. I go to the appropriations leader and say, hey, my New Jerseyans in this county need this, and this county. We work on all this. I fight for programs with Lindsey Graham and USAID, with the now Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, programs that he approved. The Department of Education, I've worked with Republicans to put things in Department of Education. There are people here that worked in a bipartisan way to try to simplify the FAFSA forms. I could go through all the work we've done that now this body, the Article 1 branch of Constitution, right under the mandate of the United States of America, as Tina Smith is telling us, right after we, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, as the senator, my friend. And so that's why we're here. That's why now the Senate is filling up. It's friends galore. We got Amy Klobuchar now on the floor. That's why we're here. No business as usual. No business as usual. We're not doing the usual order. We're talking about these things. We're making the case. We talked about immigration. We talked about Medicaid. We talked about Medicare. We talked about health care. We talked about medical research. We talked about Social Security. We're marching through. We're marching through. 13 hours. I got more in the tank. And so I thank you for that question. It brings up very emotional things for me, I'll be honest. It brings up pain and frustration and hurt. It brings up me the pain of so many New Jerseyans that have reached out, the Palestinian doctors in my state who've worked with my office to get Palestinian babies into America for care. It brings up the hurt of being there and seeing the worst slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust. So many things are painful, but if we sacrifice our values, it reminds me of the mosque being built, 9/11. It reminds me of all these difficult points, the marchers in Skokie, of the KKK, all these difficult points where the values of this Constitution were tested, where we were being measured. But I have to say, what this president is doing with the Alien Insurrection Act, what this president is doing with no due process, what this president is doing with flushing the Department of Education, with getting rid of the USAID, with attacking thousands of people that serve our veterans, that serve our Social Security, those things should be obvious to this institution, to the Senate, that that's wrong. That they have unelected, the biggest campaign donor, unelected, who's getting our personal information, and there's no transparency. Nobody in this body can say they know what information, confidential information Elon Musk has, and knows what they do to it, because they never brought him here to answer for it. So I thank my colleague for the question, and I know Reverend Warnock is going to ask me one. I just want to take a couple pages into this for a second. The American people alone, our approach to foreign policy practiced by the president, what the president has done is left our allies feeling abandoned, feeling degraded and insulted. He's left our adversaries feeling emboldened, and has done things that has hurt our national security, that has made Americans less safe. In the short time President Trump has been in office for his second term, Americans have already been put in harm's way because of the reckless approach of the administration. It all begins, in fact, with his extremely poor judgment. This administration has prioritized the obsequiousness to Donald Trump over the expertise when it comes to some of the most important national security jobs, and it has sidelined dedicated professionals who've devoted their lives to keeping our country safe. This administration has also demonstrated an inability to distinguish between America's adversaries and America's allies, and a disturbing failure to understand how America's partnerships and investments abroad protect and benefit communities here. I'm reminded of General Mattis to say, if you're cutting things like the USAID or the State Department, buy me more bullets. But this is something that folks on the floor have talked about. I see one of my friends and somebody I really look up to. I see Tim Kaine, who sits a little bit higher up on the dais than me on the Foreign Relations Committee, somebody I've turned to many times. And he was astonished by this. And I know he, like me, has had private conversations with our Republican colleagues about this. But this body has not called for one hearing or one investigation, no accountability. What am I talking about? It's when last week we learned Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, Director of the CIA John Ratcliffe, Trump's National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, Special Envoy for the Middle East Steve Witkoff, and several other high-ranking officials in the Trump administration discussed attack plans against the Houthis in Yemen in a group chat over the commercial messaging app.
So the senator from New Jersey, Cory Booker, he continues his debate there on the Senate floor this Tuesday morning, discussing the GOP budget and DOGE cuts, providing you a live look at the U.S. Capitol in that smaller box to the right of your screen. I can tell you all, he's been talking for several hours. When I came in this morning at 3 a.m. Eastern time, he was there on the Senate floor, and still here at 8:28 on the East Coast, he continues his discussion. If you're wondering, well, Gina, how long will he be talking? He answered that question for us on X this morning. He says, quote, "I've taken the Senate floor and will speak for as long as I'm physically able to lift the voices of Americans who he says are being harmed and not being heard in this moment of crisis." We're going to go ahead and take a quick 2-minute commercial break. More live events and top stories when we return. 8:30 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Gina Francine. We want to get back to this live event, which takes us back to the U.S. Capitol. Right now, we have Senator Warnock speaking on the left side of your screen. Some top priority items. You can plan your day with us here on Live Now from Fox, as of course we are showing this Senate session right now being hosted by Democratic Senator Cory Booker, Senator Warnock speaking now. But we do have live events for both sides of the aisle. We have some GOP events slated for later in the day. And of course, you can see the timing on the left side of your screen. Let's continue to listen in to this live event.
As I prepare to ask you a question, I just want to thank you for holding vigil for this country all night. Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel said that when he marched without the king, he felt like his legs were praying. And so in a very real sense, your legs have been praying as you've been standing on this floor all night. And thank you for praying not just with your lips, but with your legs, for a nation in need of healing. I just got off a prayer call that I do every Tuesday morning at 7:14 a.m. 2 Chronicles 7:14. If my people who are called by my name would humble themselves and pray, if they would seek my face, turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven, I will forgive their sins and heal the land. The nation needs healing. And we need spiritual healing, we need moral healing, but literally there are people all across our country who need healing, who need health care. And so that's why I was so proud to come to this Senate after being arrested in the Rotunda a few years before that. Proud to join you in the Senate. Proud that we were able to pass, just a couple months after I got here, the American Rescue Plan, which did so much incredible work. In that American Rescue Plan, there was the expanded child tax credit, which literally cut child poverty more than 40% in our country. I wish we could get it extended. But one of the other things we did was we lowered Georgians and Americans' health care premiums by hundreds of dollars on average. We passed a tax cut, and that's so relevant in this moment because that's what this body is prepared to do right now, I guess, in the next few days. Pass a tax cut, but that tax cut is literally going to be for the richest of the rich, the wealthiest among us. But we passed a tax cut that brought health care into reach for tens of thousands of Georgians and millions of Americans in the American Rescue Plan. These tax credits are so critical that the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office said that the number of Americans without health care would grow by 3.8 million people in just 1 year if the premium subsidies were allowed to expire. Forgive me for my phone ringing. My 8-year-old and 6-year-old are calling me. They're not impressed with what I'm doing.
That's an important call.
They're not impressed. But we know that this would impact thousands of Georgians who've only recently been able to receive health care. So we passed in that American Rescue Plan these tax credits which put health care in reach. And now they're set to expire if we don't do our work. And that's why what you're doing, Cory Booker, is holy work. It's within a political context, but this is holy work. If these tax credits are allowed to expire, a 45-year-old in Georgia with $62,000 annual income would see premiums go up by $1,414 a year. A 60-year-old couple in Georgia with an $82,000 annual income would see premiums go up by a staggering $18,157 a year. Think about that. Nearly 1/3 of Americans have less than $500 in savings in their bank account. Imagine the health care costs for a 60-year-old couple going up by more than $18,000. A health insurance premium hike like this would be more than an inconvenience. It wouldn't just be a nuisance. It's literally the difference between having health care coverage and not having health care coverage. And so I'm thinking about people like that. And I'm thinking about my constituent, Cassie Cox from Bainbridge, Georgia. She wasn't able to afford health care on the Affordable Care Act marketplace until the premium tax credit brought health care into reach. And shortly after she became insured, she severely cut her hand, which landed her in the emergency room with 35 stitches. And with insurance, it still cost her about $300. Had it not been for the tax credits that allowed her to get health care, she could have been in financial ruin. She's one of the hundreds of thousands of Georgians at risk of losing their coverage if these tax credits are allowed to expire, if we don't do our work. If we're more focused on the wealthiest of the wealthy rather than the concerns of ordinary people. Senator Booker, should Democrats and Republicans come together to extend the premium tax credit for hardworking folk in New Jersey and in Georgia? What do you think?
My easiest colleague question I've gotten over these 13 hours, yes, they should. I was talking in the healthcare section about, while there's these big issues that we should be concerned about, $880 billion from Medicaid, cutting all of that out to give the wealthiest, as you said, God bless them, they don't need our help. They don't need more tax cuts, to give them tax cuts and explode the deficit. This is literally taking from working Americans, the letters we read, the voices of Americans, the fear, the anguish, the hurt, the worry, people who were suffering from Parkinson's, who had children with disabilities, who had elder parents living with them. So many people telling them, not $880 billion they were seeing, that their whole financial well-being was hanging on a thread and just cutting the transportation programs involved. But I said, while all that was going on, the Trump administration was still doing other things to attack ACA enrollment, to attack the tax credits that people are relying on, doing other things to drive up costs. I know some of my colleagues are on the floor, like Amy Klobuchar. We've centered the lowering of prescription drug costs, and he is doing things to drive out-of-pocket costs up. There's a cruelty in that. And I tend to still be standing at noon when we have to pause in the Senate for the pledge and the prayer. And Pastor, I want to talk to you in the way that you talked to me last night. I called my brother, called my friend, and told him I was doing this. And Warnock shifts gears a lot in my life. Sometimes he's my colleague, sometimes he's my brother. Sometimes we talk about the state of two unmarried guys in the Senate. I don't mean to put you on blast, sir, but the bald-headed caucus. But the one time you shift those gears into being my pastor and my friend, we prayed together last night, and most Americans identify in our faith, Christian faith. And you and I know, I would yield for you to ask a question, but I'm yielding just to have you talk about Matthew 25.
Right. I'm a Matthew 25 Christian.
You and I both, that's what we hold in common.
And it's a long chapter, but the section we're talking about,
yes,
in Matthew 25, Jesus says, I was hungry and you fed me. I was thirsty and you gave me something to drink. I was sick.
What were you?
I was in prison, and you came to visit me, and someone asked, Lord, when were you sick? When were you in prison? When were you an undocumented immigrant?
Yes, yes.
And the answer comes, inasmuch as you've done it to the least of these, you've done it also unto me. Another part of that text says, and when you don't do it for the least of these, you don't do it for me. The scripture says that the one who gives to the poor lendeth to the Lord. This is holy work.
8:40 here on the East Coast, and a back and forth right now with Senator Warnock, also Senator Booker, as they are debating and discussing the GOP budget and DOGE cuts. On the left side of your screen, upcoming live events here on Live Now from Fox. As we show events on both sides of the aisle, make sure you are planning your day with us. We're going to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. More top stories when we come back. .43 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox, giving you a live look at the White House in Washington, D.C. As many of you all are waking up, top of mind might be President Donald Trump's executive orders. Well, right there in D.C., Tyler, the Creator, Deftones, Shane Gillis, some of the many artists performing at Capital One Arena this year. And if you're looking to buy tickets, President Donald Trump is taking new action to make sure your wallet is protected. Right now, we want to check in with Fox 5 DC's Stephanie Ramirez, joining us live outside the arena with the very latest. Stephanie, good morning to you.
And good morning. Yeah, a little bit of a different executive order coming out from the White House that we're talking about this morning, impacting those going to buy tickets for events just like what's happening here at Capital One Arena in D.C. tonight. Tyler, the Creator, performing. But this new executive order, it is employing the country's top cop, United States Attorney General Pam Bondi, to make sure that you are not a victim of ticket scalping, whether here or anywhere else across the country. The president making that announcement alongside Kid Rock yesterday. And we should have some of that news conference to play for you. We're also talking with folks reacting to it as well.
The artists, and they go out with a $100 ticket and it sells for $2,000 the following night. And they seem to be able to sweep up the best locations.
You know, they come in to get all the good tickets to your favorite shows you want to go to, and then they're relisted immediately for sometimes a 400% or 500% markup.
So let's talk about this executive order that focuses on 3 areas. First, it's ordering the Federal Trade Commission to work with the AG to evaluate or take action, making sure competition laws and the BOTS Act, for example, are appropriately enforced, as well as ticket transparency requirements. It orders the Treasury Secretary of the AG to make sure ticket scalpers are abiding by the Internal Revenue Code. And it also orders the Treasury, the DOJ, and the FTC to provide a report within 180 days on how unfair practices have been addressed, as well as recommend any necessary legislative changes. And those outside Cap One this morning, they seem to agree.
I'm not a huge ticket person, but you know, if it brings down the prices, I guess, for everyone, I think that's a good thing. It's tough to go to events. Things are getting more expensive, so yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I guess you should. I mean, it's unfair. If you buy tickets and sell them at a higher price. So, yeah, I think it should be regulated. He should put a check on it.
Guys, this executive order, this falls in line with other measures we've seen coming from across the aisle, really not just wanting to protect the consumer, but wanting to protect the artists as well. This is a multi-billion-dollar industry when we talk about live concerts and venues, and it also employs many people, nearly 1 million jobs, according to the White House. So this is a measure that impacts a lot of people. One gentleman, though, we were talking with, the second man you heard there, he was saying he thinks they should go further and ban bulk ticket prices so that you don't have ticket scalping. But that's the very latest here from the White House area, the neighborhood here in Northwest D.C. A lot of folks agreeing with this new executive order. I'll send it back into you all for now.
All right, Fox 5 DC, Stephanie Ramirez. A lot of eyes on this story, Stephanie. Thank you so much for the detailed breakdown. I know for many of the viewers, when they think of ticket concerns, they think back to the debacle with the Taylor Swift concert. So some good news for those people who get their tickets from those third-party websites such as Ticketmaster. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Jeanne Francine. We're going to take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, continuing with your live events, we'll be staying in the nation's capital, giving you a 4-box of some beautiful D.C. area shots on this Tuesday morning. We'll be right back. .49 here on the East Coast and giving you a live look at the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. We're going to head back inside as this overnight session, it continues. If you're confused about what I'm talking about, it's being brought by Senator Cory Booker out of New Jersey. He provided this statement out on X this morning saying, quote, "I've taken the Senate floor and will speak for as long as I'm physically able to lift the voices of Americans who are being harmed and not being heard in this moment of crisis." A debate underway overnight. When I came in at 3 o'clock this morning Eastern time, they were talking, and right now at 8:50 they are still discussing these hot agenda items. Right now I see that Senator Raphael Warnock is speaking and responding to Senator Booker. Let's listen in.
sadly, hardworking, working class people are waking up this morning and they're discovering that they thought they were in the us. And they're discovering that they're in the them, that the them is larger than they thought. And so we've got to hold vigil for each other, for workers, for women, for immigrants, for immigrant families, for our sisters and our brothers, red, yellow, brown, black, and white, for the aging who need Social Security, for the working poor who need Medicaid, for those who are seeking asylum and they just need a dignified path, for those who've been working here for years and they need a dignified path to citizenship. We've got to hold vigil for each other. And so thank you for this work. This is not the end, but the beginning. The struggle continues. Dr. King said that the true measure of a person is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands in moments of challenge and controversy. So thank you for praying for this nation with your lips and with your legs. And I'm going to ask you one last question. Do you intend to keep praying?
Amen. Hallelujah. Yes, I do. Thank you for that question. I know there's going to be a question coming to me. I just want to say, pray Isaiah 40:31 for me. I think you know what that is.
Got it. I'm going to ordain this man.
All right. The article I was going to start reading.
Senator Booker.
I yield for a question while retaining the floor. If the senator has a question, I yield for a question while retaining the floor.
So you'll yield for a question?
Yes, while retaining the floor, yes.
Very good. I want to, first of all, thank you. Thank you for waking us up this morning, literally. All night, as Reverend Warnock would tell you, I know you were in here doing your work, but it was raining, there was thunder, it was really bad. And then when we woke up this morning, you were still talking. You were still talking and the sun was out and you're giving people hope. When I think about what you're doing, you're like an alarm clock right now for this country. And slowly but surely, we've seen people realize this isn't just a bunch of campaign rhetoric that's going on. This is actually happening. And people are stepping up. They're fighting it in the courts. They're fighting it in Congress with what you're doing today, with what, as you know, last week when we got the horrible news that the Defense Secretary of the United States was using an unauthorized line to just talk with his friends like he was spiking a football about putting the lives of our service members at risk. People stood up. Democrats stood up. They asked the tough questions. And one of the things that bothers me is that it is so hard to see your way out of it. A lot of people feel like we're just wallowing right now. But what you're telling us today is there is another way. Because if we just wallow, these guys are going to continue to cut kids' cancer treatment. If we just wallow, they're going to cut Medicaid when 1 out of 2 seniors in my state who are in assisted living are on Medicaid. Or they're going to continue to mess around with these tariffs, which really are national sales tax, something like $2,500 for every single family. They are going to continue to be callous. I had someone say to me last night, do they care? Do they care when those U.S. aid workers who devoted their lives to feeding the hungry around the world, when they have to stand outside their building and watch them literally take the name of their life's work off the brick on that building? Do they care? And one of the things that we have done, the Democrats have done, have stood up. And what is coming upon us in these next few weeks is this tax bill that basically will give billionaires tax cuts on the backs of regular people, ransacking the government, firing veterans, messing around with Social Security. I had a guy tell me that he spent 3 days after his wife died, a Minnesota reverend, 3 days just trying to figure out how he gets the death benefit. Why did this check show up at his door? He's trying to do the right thing. He calls, he gets put on hold. He sends an email, no one writes him back. He drives into Brainerd, Minnesota, 30-mile drive. He's like 80 years old. He drives in there, and then they finally help him. Then he gets back, then something else goes wrong. Then he tries to call again. He finally ends up at our door, at our office, and we figure it out for him. There's 70-some million people that's going to happen to. These guys don't get their act together. So it's a real good question, do they care? But when we have this tax bill coming up in front of us in these next few weeks, I think people got to understand what's going on. They have to understand that even in the House budget that came out that'll be the subject of this, it's over $2 trillion tax cuts for people making over $400,000 a year, like Elon Musk, that don't need it. And so there's actually a way to stop it that's in the hands of the Republicans right now. If just 2 or 3 of them stood up on the House floor and did what you did, Senator Booker, who they said no, and if 4 of them in the United States Senate, 4 of them stood up, 4 senators stood up, then we could have the discussion about, okay, let's make government work better, we're all in, but let's not do it on the backs of regular people. Let's not do it on the backs of kids that are in cancer research or veterans who are trying to simply get their well-earned benefits because they put their lives on the line in the battlefield. Or let's not do it on the backs of farmers in Minnesota and Georgia who are simply have these small farms and they're trying to get by, and then suddenly, wham, Donald Trump decides, shock and awe, let's do a tariff and let's get mad at all our allies across the country like Canada. Oh, that's a good idea. Those are the things that they're doing. So my question of you is, how many people need to stand up in the U.S. Senate to make this happen? Because I know Democrats are united. I know we're all standing up. But tell me how many people can stand up on the other side. If they stood up and joined you, what a difference it would make.
So I want to thank the senator for the question. And when I think of people who stand in adversity, I still see you standing in a snowstorm and the strength that you've had as you stood up to fight for affordable health care, stood up and fought for affordable prescription drugs, stood up and fought for farmers and for police officers and for communities. You are that kind of person that gives me strength, that I've learned so much from. And you have brought this issue up. What you just said on the floor to let you know this is not performative for her. She has brought this up in our small meetings with Chuck Schumer. She has brought this up in our caucus meetings. I've seen her talk about it in her own state. This question of what will it take? And here's something that pains me to hear, that Elon Musk is calling Republicans up and saying, if you take this stand, I'm going to put $100 million in a primary against you. That they are bullying people who dare to stand up and say, maybe this appointee is not the most qualified person you could find to lead this cabinet position, or maybe it's wrong to cut this agency that we together created in Congress. There are people who are asking those questions, but we have seen them get dragged through X, mob attacked when it comes to their virtual presence, and threatened to be primaried. But we know, because you're somebody that works on both sides of the aisle, that there are really good people of conscience on both sides of the aisle. And as the great pastor said, there are enough sins in this body to go around for all of us. But this is not a partisan moment, it is a moral moment. This is not a left or right moment, it is a right or wrong moment. We have a president that is shredding the very agencies that Americans who are struggling are relying on, working people that over the last 71 days are finding higher prices, that are finding housing prices go up. Farmers in my state too, it's our 4th largest industry. I've had farmers who'll come to me as far away as Texas and tell me that they're clawing back these contracts that we've already relied on to buy things already, and now you're putting me in a situation where I might lose my farm. You see veterans who come to our offices. I know they come to your office, Senator Klobuchar. You're a senator from Minnesota, but you are a national figure, so I know they're coming to your office. And they're saying things to me like, I'm a veteran. I could go do other jobs. I wanted to work on suicide prevention and mental health issues, and I'm being fired? And you said it right. I've heard you say it in private. I've heard you say it in public. I know it irks you because you're one of these sort of balanced people. Okay, we have a big deficit. That is a real problem. Maybe they're trying to lower the deficit. But they're not. That's the irony. They're not. They're about to explode trillions of dollars, most of which disproportionately will go to the wealthiest people, as you've been pointing out in our private phone calls over and over again, Senator Klobuchar. And so your question to me is spot on. It's spot on. And it's why I am standing here right now at the top of another hour, because of what you are saying relentlessly, persistently, and unyieldingly. Why are we hurting Americans from our farmers? We just talked about rural hospitals here for about 20, 30 minutes and what the threats are to them. We talked about rural social security centers and the threats that are to them. We talked about communities all over our country who are being hurt. And your question, why? To give tax breaks that will disproportionately go to the wealthiest Americans who, you and I are not those people that demonize wealth. We don't demonize success. I want more people to start businesses. I want more people to dream of moving on up like the Jeffersons. I want more people to have that vision. I am not one of those people that are going to be mad at you because you're very successful. I'm going to be one of those people that says, you don't need more tax cuts. And we as a society have an obligation to each other, to those farmers, to those rural folks, to the cops I stood with at the funeral of one of their colleagues in Newark 2 weeks ago. We have an obligation to them to help them get equipment, to protect themselves. This country cannot do something that is so monumentally, fiscally irresponsible. Who was the one person in the House that voted, a Republican that voted against it, a guy named Massey? And I watched it. I had to smile and laugh because he said the quiet part out loud. He's sitting there looking at something. I saw him in an interview, and he says, by their own numbers, this doesn't add up. They're adding to our deficit by the trillions. He stayed true to his principles. What happened to all those mighty deficit hawks in the House of Representatives on the Republican side that caved to the pressure of a president? I'm so happy you asked it in the right fashion, as I yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Very good. That was perfect. So I think one of the things you talked about was just this deficit and what's happening and what we're seeing with their proposal right now that's going to come right before us. By some estimates, it's going to add $37 trillion, $37 trillion in 30 years as we go ahead. I mean, I literally cannot believe that, when in fact we could step back now and we could say, what things can we do? What things can we do on the tax code? Because there's a whole lot of things we can do to strengthen Social Security, strengthen what we have in our government. And what really, when you step back and look at the economy, and I heard this the other day on a business channel, just about a month or two ago, man, we were coming out strong. We are a country that came out of the pandemic in a stronger way than so many other countries did around the world. We're ready. Inflation was at least steady, and it was starting to come down here. And now all of a sudden, we see chaos is up, corruption is up, and yes, costs are up. Ask anyone at the grocery store. And one of the problems when you look at what we could be doing to address the debt is that the proposals out there are just going to make it worse. That means more interest payments. That means more interest payments on the backs of regular people, and that means less we can do to help them as we look at what's happening right now. And one of the things you raised, Senator Booker, which I appreciate how much you know about this, is just this prescription drug negotiation and Medicare. So what do we finally do? So decades before you or Senator Murphy or Senator Warnock got here, before I got to this place, they made a sweetheart deal with the pharmaceutical companies, and they actually baked in so that they didn't have to negotiate prices for 73 million people and anything. They could just charge whatever they wanted for these prescription drugs. What happens? Well, guess what happens? Suddenly, the drugs for our seniors are 2 to 1 what they are in places like Canada, our neighbor, our friend. 2 to 1 what they are over there. You got people driving up to Canada from Minnesota because we can see Canada from our porch. And they are like going up there trying to get less expensive drugs. And then they figured, what's going on? So a whole bunch of people started to say, let's look at this. It took years to get this done. Finally, we passed a bill it said they've got to negotiate. And we took the first 10 drugs. And the last administration got to pick those drugs, and they picked blockbuster drugs. Drugs like Eliquis, drugs like Xarelto, drugs like Januvia, Jardiance. I memorize them because I can always find people that take them. I don't make them raise their hand, say they take them. But these are blockbuster drugs. And they reduced the price by like 70% for our seniors. That's going to kick in soon, but not if this administration messes it up. And for we have seen from everything from, giving signal lines about secret battle plans to reporters to deciding they're going to shut down the people that worked on protecting our nuclear facilities, and oops, we made a mistake. Or how about when they said, okay, we want to do something about avian flu, but we're going to fire all the people that work at, oh, no, we're going to fire them back. We're going to hire them back. That's what's been going on right now. So when I look at this really complicated prescription drug negotiation where you're taking on some of the biggest companies in the world, I say to myself, okay, so our Secretary of Health, Kennedy, he won't even agree, and when he's asked under oath if he's going to keep this up. They fired a bunch of people that would work on it. They haven't shown they're going to keep this negotiation going. Meanwhile, we've got put in place a $2,000 cap for our seniors out of pocket on drug costs under Medicare. That's really good. We put in place that insulin limit on $35 a month, and we thank Reverend Warnock, and we thank you, Senator Booker, Senator Murphy, everyone that worked on that. We got that in place. So now we got the big thing, which is the negotiation of all these drugs, because 15 more drugs are coming their way for negotiation. Again, blockbuster drugs, Ozempic, blockbuster drugs. Those drugs are coming their way for negotiation, but they have not committed to do that. They have not committed to do that. And even if they did commit to do it, do they even have the people to negotiate to take on these major companies? So my question of you, Senator Booker, after being up all night, after getting us through the storm of last night and into the bright sunshine of today, after holding the floor all this time, I can't even imagine how much your feet must hurt, but those feet hurting is nothing compared, which is why you're doing it, to how the rest of the people in this country right now feel and how they're hurting. My question is, how can they move forward without trying to save money for the people of this country? Because what I see happening, and there's so many signs, you see it every single day, when they are getting rid of some of these people that work on it, then you're not going to be able to get the Social Security for my friend that I met from Cross Lake, Minnesota. Then you're not going to be able to get that stuff done. But I think as we look at those cuts, it's not just the word cuts. What effect does it have on real people when they can't get their services? When our veterans, who also have complex ways that they've got to deal with the government, when they have no one answering the phone, when they've gotten rid of veterans who've actually done the work. So my question here is, for people to translate this into the real world, is what is all this going to mean for people in the real world, what they're doing right now?
Thank you for the question, Senator Klobuchar. I love that you're bringing back to real people and what effect it's having. And what you're spelling out is something that's really important. There's a strategy that they have expressly said they want to overwhelm you, not us. They want to overwhelm the American people. They want to flood the zone. And so I see a whole bunch of doing things to distract us. Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America, Greenland, all these things to try to whip us up and not pay attention to what most Americans are concerned with, is can they make ends meet? Even the big reconciliation bill that they're going to try to do, that we have to find a way to appeal to a small group of Republican Congress people to stop, of cutting $880 million out of Medicaid. We went through in great detail at length last night why that's bad, but you are pointing to something even more insidious. As that big thing is going on, they actually are cutting the support to get more people signed up with the ACA. Already happened. Make it harder to sign up for the ACA. They've already cut the tax credits that are helping people that are in the ACA get resources to help with their health care costs. They're going after these things. Here's one that you know really well. They're going after, as we talk about all of these parents struggling with children and family members with chronic diseases, we know one of the things that help people with chronic diseases is having access to fresh, healthy foods, but they're cutting access to that for our kids going to school. This administration has not only overseen in 71 days a rise in inflation, a rise in the cost of groceries, a lowering of people's 401ks with the stock market going down. It's not only bringing economic chaos, but they are already hurting people on their basic delivery of their services, from taking thousands of jobs out of Social Security, making it harder for people who have some problem to get it solved, to the VA, to the ACA.
We're listening here to a Senate session debating the GOP budget and DOGE cuts. We'll be right back.
I know you may have a few songwriters from there. If the Senator could yield for one question, who is your best songwriter and singer from the state of New Jersey, just to make clear who is...
Oh, is that your question?
Will you yield for a question from me? Yes.
I will answer that question by avoiding it, because in New Jersey there are so many great patron saints, from the great Bon Jovi to the great Bruce Springsteen to the incredible Queen Latifah, the chairman of the board from New Jersey, the great Frank Sinatra. So I'm not going to pick. We have so many great singers, rappers like Redman. We are just a thriving state of Count Basie. There's just too many. I would not force you to do that. Of course, it's Prince, I think, from your state.
Prince. Bob Dylan. But that aside, I'm very impressed, Senator Booker, that after, 12 hours now? 13 hours? That you still are able to make sure that you mention every songwriter. But that aside, Bob Dylan once had that great line, "Shelter in the storm." Our democracy is shelter in the storm. And then I noted that day that in some countries, presidential inaugurations, they're held in gilded palaces, not in the United States of America. In the United States of America, it's held in the People's House. That's what you're doing right now, Senator Booker, because the People's House is where the action should be. That's Article 1. And the Constitution specifically says here, we have equal branches of government. And the final thing is that the power in that rotunda that day, and this is where we get into Donald Trump thinking he's king, the power of that rotunda didn't come from the people in there, it came from outside, came from the people. So that's why you see the people standing up right now, our constituents, going to these town halls, standing up, breaking the phone lines in the U.S. Senate, sending in the emails with their stories that we are able, that you've heard the senators and you have read on the Senate floor about things that have happened to your constituents. So that's the power from the outside. So the question that I ask of you is just tell me what you think people can do when you've got a president in there that, you know, he thinks he is king and he thinks that a democracy is just something that he can just shove aside and say whatever he wants and break whatever rule that people depend on, that they depend on to be able to vote, to be able to participate and have their case made. Tell me what you think. What's the answer to that?
Thank you, Senator. I'll answer that. And I see Ron Wyden has come to the floor, who's, for both Amy and I, one of the chair people or at this point, ranking members of one of the great committees. To Amy Klobuchar's question, I read a lot of angry letters. People who were demanding of me to do something to stop them, do something different. Stand up, speak up, Senator. I'm afraid. Stand up, speak up, Senator. I'm so angry. Stand up, speak up, Senator. The services for my disabled child are threatened. Stand up, speak up. So it's one of the reasons why I'm doing this, why my staff and I talked about this for so many days, to do something to let our constituents know, to elevate their voices on the floor, to read their letters, to read their statements, not just New Jerseyans, but like you, the hundreds and hundreds of people that are calling us from other states. But I am most moved by the letters who tell me about their pain or their challenges or their fears, but they end that question with your question. But I am here to help. Tell me how I can help. I am here to help. Tell me I can help. And you said it, Senator. I read the letter of John McCain last night. His letter explaining his vote. It was so beautiful. It was tough like he was. It was hard on the whole body. But he called to principles. Senator Schumer was here when I read it. It was eerie because he was describing what went wrong then, which is the same thing here, that we do need to make our country better. We do need to have a bolder vision for healthcare, a bolder vision for Social Security. We need to make them work for the people, but we're not doing it here in this body. And this man who's not acting like a president, but is trashing our constitutional traditions, is violating our laws as he's getting tied up in court, but ignoring court orders. And when he gets a decision he doesn't like, he trashes the judges so badly that the Supreme Court itself finds that it has to go out and tell him to stop it. What stopped health care from being taken away in the last time wasn't the persuasive powers of anybody in this side of the political aisle in the Senate convincing anybody over there. I would like to think it was my eloquence with Lisa Murkowski. I would like to think it was my high-minded intellect that somehow it was damaged playing too much football, but that somehow I got a right argument to Susan Collins. That wasn't it. I'd like to think it was my ability to stand up to John McCain himself. No, none of that. It was the people. It was the people. You remember the little lobbyists in their wheelchairs rolling up to senators and speaking their heart, telling them of their pain and their fear. It was people coming here and marching, people coming and flooding the calls like they did, like they're doing now, people writing letters, people marching, people in their states from all political spectrums coming in and saying, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. And so if you're asking me what we can do, I know what we can do, but we've got to, as the great song. Senator Klobuchar, I had my staff print a bunch of things I sent them. I sent them because I knew they were some of my favorite people from history. There's one here, Webster. There's one by Jefferson. There's the letters from the Birmingham jail, Langston Hughes, something by Harper Lee, Emma Lazarus. But here's one. Here's the answer. In a poem, and forgive me for reading this. I wanted to do it at some point today, and this is perfect. And I see my senator here, he may have a question, but I love this poem. It was written and put to song by a man named James Weldon Johnson. He was an educator, a poet, a diplomat, a civil rights activist. He was born in the great state of Florida. And he said that this is what we have to do. Lift every voice and sing. Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring. Ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound like the rolling sea. We must sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us, sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us, facing the rising sun of a new day begun. Let us march on, let us march on, let us march on until victory is won. It doesn't ignore the wretchedness of our history. It speaks to the truth and the excitement and the hope about that past and the virtues that our ancestors gave us. He goes on, stony the road we trod, bitter the chastening rod, felt in the days when hope unborn had died. Yet with a steady beat, have not our weary feet come to the place for which our fathers sighed. We have come over away with the tears, which tears have been watered. We have come treading our path through the blood of the slaughtered, out of the gloomy past, till now we stand at last where the white gleam of the bright stars is cast. The last stanza. God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, thou who hast brought us thus far on the way, thou who hast by thy might led us into the night, keep us forever in the path we pray, lest our feet stray from the places, our God, where we met thee, lest our hearts, drunk with the wine of the world, we forget thee. Shadow beneath thy hand, may we forever stand, true to our God and true to this native land. What can we do is do like our ancestors did. What can we do? Do like the people who never gave up, who even when this country that they loved didn't love them back, they kept fighting and kept pushing. And we know that, Senator Klobuchar, because we've witnessed that. In my time in the Senate with you, we've seen the most amazing, shocking moments within a Bergefeld case at the Supreme Court, recognizing the humanity, the dignity, and the equal rights of LGBTQ Americans to have love and marry. We've seen fights in this time that we've been here, where we've seen victories on health care that made such a difference in people's lives. We've seen the fights while we've been here, some of the most painful moments where we've seen the arc of the moral universe bent, not by the people here, not by the people in this body. You think we got suffrage because a bunch of men on the Senate floor said, okay, guys, come on, put your hands in here. Ready, give women the right to vote on 3. Ready, break. That's not how it happened. It's not how it happened. It happened because the power of the people is greater than the people in power. You think we got civil rights because one day Strom Thurmond, after filibustering for 24 hours, you think we got civil rights because he came to the floor one day and said, I've seen the light. Let those Negro people have the right to vote. No, we got civil rights because people marched for it, sweat for it, and John Lewis bled for it. And so I'm scared too. But fear is a necessary precondition to courage. I am angry too. But my mom told me, never let your anger consume you, channel it, fuel it, so it can help your love be greater and stronger. Amy Klobuchar, that's what this moment needs. And our job in this body is to be truth tellers. Our job, just as you said so brilliantly, is to elevate the voices of the people of the country, because you're right, Amy Klobuchar, this is the people's house. It's Article 1 of the Constitution, and it's under assault. Article 1 is under assault. Our spending powers, our budgetary powers, the power to establish agencies like the Department of Education and USAID, it's under assault by a president that doesn't respect this document. And how do we stop them? I'm sorry to say we hold powerful positions, we are elected by great states, but we're in the minority right now, and you spelled it out at the beginning of your questions to me. It will take 3 people of conscience on that side. It will take 4 here. I'm going back to my book because there's somebody that you know, I don't know if my staff put it in at the last moment. Yes, they did. Margaret Chase Stevens, who you know, Margaret Chase Smith, excuse me, a U.S. Senator from Maine, a Republican. When a demagogue had rose in the land exploiting people's fear, deporting Jews who were not citizens of this country because they were accusing them of being communists, at a time that this body was being twisted and contorted to the will of a demagogue, where nobody had the courage to stand up. It was a woman from the Republican Party that stood, I don't know, somewhere in this body. Her feet might have been tired, her heart might have been hurt. She might have been afraid of the consequences to stand up to people preaching the Red Scare. But this woman in this body, rare thing in those years, this woman in this body who are founders, those imperfect geniuses that wrote this Constitution, the woman in this body who wasn't imagined by our founders, thank God they called upon us to make a more perfect union, and generations of activists finally made it real that women could serve in this body. She had the courage, the audacity to call her own party to task. I read her words. She said, "I don't believe that the Republican Party is any sense a party of fear, but I do believe that the Republican Party has made an alliance with the four horsemen of fear. The fear of communists, the fear of labor unions, the fear of the future, the fear of progress. I think it's high time that we remembered that we have sworn to uphold and defend the Constitution," she continues. "I think it's time that we remembered that the Constitution, as amended, speaks not only of the freedom of speech, but also the freedom of trial by jury." This great senator, this great Republican said, whether it is criminal prosecutions in a court or character prosecution in the Senate, there is little political distinction when the life of a person has been ruined. Those of us who shout the loudest about Americanism in making character assassinations all too frequently, those who, by our own words and acts, ignore some of the basic principles of what it means to be an American. The right to criticize without thinking the president is going to drag you from the Oval Office for criticizing him. The right to hold unpopular beliefs. That if you have beliefs that I find contemptible, it doesn't mean that I can disappear you from a city street. She goes on, the right to protest, that just for assembling and speaking up, that's not a right to cut hundreds of millions of dollars to that university's science funding. The right to independent thought. The exercise of these rights should not cost one single American citizen his reputation or his right to a livelihood, nor should he be in danger of losing his reputation or livelihood merely because he happens to know someone who holds unpopular beliefs, like a law firm that represents suing the president and now has their very firm, their very livelihoods, the legal secretaries and others, come after them. Margaret Chase Smith goes on to call her party to be a woman of conscience, to stand up and say, I quote, "The American people are sick and tired of being afraid to speak their minds, lest they be politically smeared as communists or fascists by their opponents. Freedom of speech," she says, "is not what it used to be in America. It has been so abused by some that it is not exercised by others. So dear God, if I stand up in this body and say it is wrong to put Pete Hegseth in the cabinet as Secretary of Defense because he's unqualified, look at a Signal chat to see how unqualified he is." Margaret Chase Smith continues, "As a Republican, I say to my colleagues on this side of the aisle that the Republican Party faces challenges today that is not unlike the challenges it faced by Lincoln back in the day. The Republican Party so successfully met that challenge that it emerged from the Civil War as the champion of a united nation. In addition to being the party which unrelentingly fought loose spending and loose programs. I doubt if the Republican Party simply could do so simply because I do not believe the American people will uphold any political party that puts political exploitation above the national interests. Surely we Republicans are not so desperate for victory. I do not want to see the Republican Party win that way.
We're watching here as senators debate the GOP budget and DOGE cuts on Capitol Hill. We'll be right back.
I was in a small town in Central Oregon recently, Sisters. We had almost 1,400, people here. And what people asked about, and you've touched on this morning, is of course Medicaid and Social Security, because these are programs involving health care and retirement that are really the connective tissue between the government and our people. And these programs make it possible for people to pay for essentials. They're not going to fancy places. They're buying groceries, they're paying rent, they're buying medicine. We had one separate town hall meeting, I say to my colleague, just with federal employees whose goal is to get out in the woods and help prevent fire in Oregon. I organized this meeting. They too are terrified. They've dedicated their lives to trying to help. Now, we serve the American people. And I'm telling you, I've seen service in action over the last few hours with your reflecting the urgency of our times. Our salaries are paid for by taxpayers, and I'm particularly troubled by the fact that we're getting all these reports that many senators are saying, I'm not going to do town hall meetings. They're on the other side of the aisle. As I said, I've had 1,100 of them, 10 of them so far this year. Seems to me that's refusing to answer to constituents. And you've been here all night, and you're setting a very clear example about what it means to push back against authoritarianism. So just like I have town hall meetings, my question to my friend from New Jersey is, what are you hearing from home? Pretty straightforward question, but it sure as heck is what the times are all about, because people are saying, what are you doing back there? What's important to you? And I talk about town meetings. I had a town hall, I say to my friend during the speech that was made on the floor of the House, I had 30,000 people participating. That's a lot for my small state. So I know what I'm doing, and I think the American people would like to hear a bit about what my colleague is hearing from his state and why it's so important that he's out here mopping his brow today, you know, trying to stay on his feet, making the case for the urgency of our time. What are you hearing?
Thank you, Senator. I'm hearing a lot of fear, a lot of anger. I'm hearing heads of hospitals say that this is outrageous, the threats to our hospitals in New Jersey. I'm hearing heads of critical health services tell me what the Medicaid cuts will mean to their organizations. I'm hearing from Catholic priests that are doing extraordinary things in service of their communities. I'm hearing from citizens who are veterans, who got fired from their jobs. I'm hearing from people, as I read letters from people who work in the Social Security agency, and what the chaos that's been created and the lack of the deteriorating service to seniors. I've heard from seniors who are terrified about what's being done to Social Security and how it might affect their lives. I'm hearing demands from our constituents, people demanding, Senator, that we do something about the outrages they're seeing. And I think that when I hear New Jerseyans by larger and larger numbers, and I'll be back in my state, I know we are planning meetings and a town hall and a lot more this weekend. But I have to say, now more than ever, we need more of it. We need more of it.
We're listening here as senators continue to debate on Capitol Hill. On your screen is Senator Cory Booker, who called in the special session of Congress, and it's been going on since about 7 p.m. Eastern time last night. So way more than 12 hours. They continue to debate several of these topics, including the GOP budget and several of these DOGE cuts. Thank you all for joining us here at Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday, April 1st. I'm your host, Carla Hara, and we're staying in Washington, D.C. for this next priority event that we're getting to. A Live Now look over the Capitol in Washington, D.C. as we are heading over to the confirmation hearing of the new chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff that is just getting underway. Let's watch.
And commanded aircraft. But he's also worked for the U.S. Department of Agriculture, having helped in the wake of Hurricane Katrina in the midst of a bird flu outbreak. At the White House, General Kane wrote early homeland security strategies. He deployed and commanded repeatedly to Iraq and Syria, serving within various special operations forces units. He ran our most secretive programs for all military services. General Kane worked extensively as the CIA's senior military officer, again, collaborating with every military service and combatant command. It's difficult to imagine a better joint and interagency background for a nominee of this position. Our threat environment is complex, and General Kane understands how the services can work together to meet today's dangers. We have much work to do, as this committee knows. We need to grow our defense budget. We need to reform the Pentagon's processes drastically. If confirmed, General Kane would play a significant role in providing military advice to the Secretary of Defense and the President of the United States on both of those topics. In particular, the chairman plays a significant role in the requirements process. I hope he will make a priority to modernize this critical aspect. The statutory role of the chairman may be limited, but the position is explicitly the voice of the combatant commanders. That voice matters because the commanders are largely absent from our requirements and budgeting processes. The chairman can and should also be an advocate for a more agile planning process, one that considers the
We do apologize for that. It does seem that we lost that feed momentarily, though. We're going to work to get it back as we continue on over in Capitol Hill for that confirmation hearing for the new Joint Chiefs of Staff, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. We're going to step away for a quick commercial break. We'll be back out to that hearing next. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, where we are staying in Washington, D.C. for the better part of the morning. A little earlier on today, we were showcasing as senators continuing to debate down there on Capitol Hill. On your screen is Senator Cory Booker, who has led this special session starting since 7 p.m. Eastern Time last night. Now, if you want to continue watching this live uninterrupted, you can do so on our YouTube page. Just look for Live Now from Fox. But we are going to pivot to this other event that we were showcasing. We had lost the feed momentarily, but we have it back. This is the confirmation hearing for President Trump's pick to be the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Start by acknowledging the unusual conditions around your nomination. 6 weeks ago, President Trump abruptly dismissed General C.Q. Brown, who was not even halfway into his tenure as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Secretary of Defense Hegseth also dismissed several other senior officers, including Admiral Lisa Franchetti, the Chief of Naval Operations, General James Slythe, the Air Force Vice Chief of Staff, and all three Judge Advocate Generals for the Army, Navy, and Air Force. To this day, no explanation has been given for the dismissal of these officers. As such, I remain deeply concerned that they were dismissed for political reasons, which sends a chilling message throughout the ranks. I would take a moment to salute General C.Q. Brown, who served this nation honorably for more than 4 decades and led the Joint Chiefs with dedication and skill. He and each of the officers who were dismissed had outstanding careers in the military and represented our nation with great courage, honor, and distinction. We all owe them a debt of gratitude for their service and sacrifice. General Kane, I trust that you understand the fraught situation within which you have been nominated to be the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. In this regard, your distinguished record of service is encouraging. As an F-16 pilot with thousands of flight hours and multiple combat deployments, you have served with distinction in the Air Force and the Air National Guard. You have also served in senior leadership roles at the Pentagon, the White House, and overseas, including in the special operations and intelligence communities. General, if confirmed, you will serve as the principal military advisor to the President, the National Security Council, the Secretary of Defense, and Congress. You will be expected to be an effective strategist, advisor, and manager, and your counsel will be relied upon as we confront the multitude of national security issues before us. Indeed, we face significant challenges. China clearly remains our primary competitor, as the only nation with both the intent and capability to challenge the interests of the United States and our allies and partners. At the same time, Russia remains a violent, destabilizing force, and nations like Iran and North Korea continue to push the boundaries of military brinksmanship. To succeed in this environment, the U.S. military must better develop its joint capabilities across all domains, including space, cyber, and information. Moreover, we must not lose the combined strength of our allies, nor can we abandon the soft power of our diplomatic and humanitarian efforts. To retreat to Fortress America will encourage our adversaries to exert their influence throughout the world. General Kane, I'm interested to know how you would ensure our military remains the world's premier fighting force. If confirmed, you will be responsible for identifying new joint capabilities and performing net assessments to ensure each of the services are procuring the right capabilities needed for the joint force. The chairman must review capabilities holistically across the total force, which can conflict with the priorities of individual services. The committee would be interested to learn how you plan to manage this dynamic. In addition, the National Defense Strategy, the National Military Strategy, and the annual Chairman's Risk Assessment are vital documents this committee relies upon to perform its oversight functions. As the administration begins its work to review and revise these documents, General Kane, I would like your assessment of the current strategy and whether you would recommend any changes to these documents. Finally, the Joint Force is fundamentally about people. As the nation's senior-most military officer, it will be your responsibility to understand the needs of America's service members and to be their greatest advocate. If confirmed, you will be the most visible military officer in the nation. It will be critical for you to represent the force with total professionalism and trustworthiness. Frankly, I am concerned about the health of civilian-military relations in our country. Over the past several months, the military has been dragged into dangerous political fights. Public trust in the military is eroding, and I fear that the military's trust in civilian leadership has been shaken. Civilian control of the military is a sacred duty that must be carried out responsibly and not exploited. General, I'd like to know how you will work to help improve civil-military relations and demonstrate this ethos yourself every day. Above all else, I expect you to pledge to always provide your best military advice to the President and the Secretary of Defense, even if that advice is not what they want to hear. The safety of our service members and the American people depends upon such candor. General Kane, if confirmed, you will lead the Joint Force at a momentous time. I thank you, and I look forward to your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Reid. General Kane, we will now hear your testimony. You're recognized.
Well, thank you, Senator. Chairman Wicker, Ranking Member Reid, members of this committee. My name is Dan Kane, and I am honored and humbled to sit before you today as the President's nominee to be the 22nd Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I'd like to start by thanking the President and the Secretary for their trust and confidence in me, and if confirmed, allowing me to again serve our great nation. I'd also like to thank General C.Q. Brown and his wife Shireen and their family for their more than 40 years of selfless service to our nation. I'd like to thank the team that helped prepare me for this hearing today. And finally, I'd like to thank my family and friends who have given me so much. It is my family who has made my service possible, always at their own expense. They have given more than I have, and there are not words to express my thanks to each of them, especially my family in our nation's Midwest. I sit here before you, the proud son of an Air Force fighter pilot who flew F-4 Phantoms in Vietnam. My mom was a pediatric critical care nurse who worked nights so she could be home when my sister and I got up in the morning and when we got home in the afternoon. I learned about service from my parents and the other members of my family who served not because it was easy, but because it was the right thing to do. In our family, we serve. When asked, we always say yes. Senators, I acknowledge that I'm an unconventional nominee. These are unconventional times. It is 9:48 p.m. in Beijing, 6:48 p.m. in Tehran, 4:48 p.m. in Moscow, and 10:48 p.m. in Pyongyang. As we sit here now, our nation faces an unprecedented rising global risk. Our adversaries are advancing, global nuclear threats are on the rise, and deterrence is paramount. Our national defense requires urgent action and reform across the board. We must go faster. We must move with a sense of urgency. We can never forget that our number one job is to create peace through overwhelming strength, and if need be, fight and win our nation's wars. I realize for many Americans I'm an unknown leader, and it is with a heart full of gratitude that I've been given a truly unique set of experiences that I believe have prepared me to be the 22nd chairman. For the past 34 years, I've served in the active Title 10 force, in the Title 32 National Guard force, in the Title 50 force at the CIA. I've served in the interagency at the White House, and I've deployed in combat as a fighter pilot, a special operations officer, and a CIA officer. And I've been an entrepreneur and investor in the business sector while a citizen soldier in the National Guard. As a general officer, I've had the privilege of serving 3 presidents from both political parties, and most recently was the Associate Director for Military Affairs at the CIA, a job where I was charged to provide military advice to the Director of the CIA and globally integrate DOD and CIA activities across the world. Along the way, I've proudly served alongside some of America's most incredible warriors and civilian teammates and their families, and I've witnessed them do awe-inspiring things in the service of our nation, and to a person, they've poured more into me than I could ever have poured into them, especially our non-commissioned officer corps. And sadly, I've been there with them as they made the ultimate sacrifice on the fields of battle, and been with their families as we told them of their loved ones' service and sacrifice. I think of our fallen every single day. These experiences help me to better understand how our nation considers and uses military force to achieve our national security objectives, and they directly inform my views of the importance of carefully considering the use of that force and the risks associated with it beforehand, and always asking the important question, and then what, before we do. And if the decision is made to use military force, crushing our enemies and winning. I've also had the privilege of serving alongside incredible business leaders, starting and scaling companies as an entrepreneur, and along the way, I learned what a different kind of grit looks like. Our American entrepreneurial spirit is a force multiplier, and my time as an entrepreneur has made me a better general officer and leader. And if confirmed, I'll bring more of that spirit into the joint force. Senators, I'm here today to earn your trust and the trust of the American people. If confirmed, I'll continue to work as I have for my entire 34 years in uniform, always focused on the mission and our incredible people. If confirmed, I'll continue the traditions and standards of my oath of office and my commission as a nonpartisan leader who will always strive to do the right thing. Chairman Wicker, Ranking Member Reed, and members of the committee, thank you for your time and your consideration. As we gather here today, let us never forget our deployed forces and their families, and may we always remember our fallen and their families, especially those 3 that Senator Reed mentioned and our 1 missing. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very, very much.
We're listening here to the confirmation hearing for Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. That is the hearing for retired Air Force Lieutenant General Dan Kane. We'll be right back.
And so if you will just...
Welcome back, and thank you all for joining us here at Live Now from Fox at 9:56 in the morning here on the East Coast, 6:56 in the morning on the West Coast. I'm your host, Carla Hara. Before we head back to this confirmation hearing for the new chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, I do want to remind you all that we are continuing to stream this special Senate session in which we are seeing senators on Capitol Hill debating the GOP budget as well as several of these DOGE cuts. There's a QR code on your screen that you can see at the bottom left-hand side. You can scan it and it'll take you to that live stream on our YouTube page. Let's head back to this confirmation hearing next.
Budget to maintain deterrence against the very capital cities and interests that you mentioned in your testimony?
Well, Senator, thank you for that question. We definitely must have a sense of urgency related to the budget. I think it comes down to ultimately finding more deployable or allocatable capital. And there's really three ways to do that. We can find greater efficiencies in the budget through cost savings. We can reprogram from different programs, or we can get a higher top line. I think of it in terms of a business model where we get more revenue. So we've got to move quickly and figure out how we can get real purchasing growth over time.
Okay. Well, let's talk about efficiency. In the special operations community and with the CIA, you've worked with some of the most innovative and risk-taking parts of national security enterprise. You also mentioned your experience in the private sector, which I think can serve you well. Startup ventures in the private sector, is that right, General
Yes, sir.
Kane? And if confirmed, you will conduct oversight on the military's requirement processes. We hear constantly from our combatant commanders that it takes years for their military needs to be converted into requirements. Based on your experience, do you believe the requirements process needs to be fixed? And do you agree with those who say it needs to be entirely torn down and rebuilt to get our warfighters what they need according to a timeline in which they need it?
Well, Senator, I definitely agree something has to be done. The solution is probably somewhere in the middle. I don't know that we need to tear the whole thing down. I definitely agree that we need to improve the speed and agility of our requirements process. Technology is evolving so fast, our requirements process does not evolve at the same time. And we've got to have our combatant commander's voice in the requirements process. The one area that I think we also need to do is to keep a global picture on those requirement processes. No two combatant commands have the same requirements, and only the Joint Staff has the global view on those requirements along with OSD. So if confirmed, I'd like to continue to work with you and the rest of the Congress to sort through this. So I appreciate it.
Well, have you had a chance to read my white paper on the Forged Act and that proposed legislation?
Yes, sir.
Don't you agree that it's a masterful piece of legislation?
I do, sir. It was a beautiful read, sir. Yeah.
Would you like to elaborate on that?
Yeah. Well, sir, I mean, I think it certainly lays out a lot of good markers for improvement in the requirements process.
Well, it seems to me you've worked in the private sector and you work with startups. The number of people in DOD who have to touch something, touch an idea, sign off on an idea to actually get something done is far different from those people who are actually making innovative changes in the private sector. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you agree then that we need to move in the direction of efficiency, and that a lot of the top line money that I mentioned in my second question can be found by efficiencies and moving things faster, and also we could get to the warfighter what they need in a timely manner.
Yes, sir.
Well, let me ask. I've got 12 seconds. I might do a follow-up at the end there. But thank you very much for your testimony, Senator Reid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. General Kane, as you are aware, it was recently revealed that senior Trump administration officials, including the Secretary of Defense, were sharing sensitive information about upcoming strikes in Yemen on a Signal group chat. In your professional opinion, should a member of the Joint Chiefs or the relevant combatant command have been included in that discussion?
Senator, thanks for that question. I understand that the voice of the Joint Force had been expressed through the incredible work of the acting chairman and current vice chairman. I understand he put a statement out yesterday or the day before saying that they'd consulted with the secretary. And, you know, from what I understand of that chat, that was a partisan political chat, and so the Joint Force should not have been represented in there, sir.
In your professional opinion, should the Yemen strikes have been discussed in a Signal group chat on an unclassified platform?
Well, Senator, I understand that both you and the chairman have asked for an inquiry into that, so I don't want to comment specifically on that matter. What I will say is that we should always preserve the element of surprise, and that should translate across every information domain and format, and never put our warfighters in any harm's way.
Well, let me ask you, if you were on that conversation, would you have objected to the fact that it was being conducted on Signal?
Well, Senator, I was not in that chat. I
know that. That's why I asked if you were.
Senator, I've always communicated proper information in the proper channels.
Thank you, sir. Immediately following the announcement, and this is a follow-up to Senator Chairman Wicker's first question, immediately following the announcement of your nomination, press stories started to circulate about comments President Trump made about you and your past relationship. And according to the reports, the president tells a story where he spoke to you while you were serving in Iraq on active duty, and you said that you loved him, and "I'll kill for you, sir." The president then said that you followed up these comments by putting on a "Make America Great Again" hat. General Kane, is any of this story true?
Senator, as I mentioned to the chairman, for 34 years I've upheld my oath of office and the responsibilities of my commission. I think I went back and listened to those tapes, and I think the president was actually talking about somebody else, and I've never worn any political merchandise or said anything to that effect.
Thank you. General Kane, during the consideration of your nomination, were you ever asked who you voted for in the last election or 2020 election?
Senator, I was not.
Are you aware of any presently serving service members or senior civilians in DOD being asked questions like this?
I'm not, Senator.
Do you agree that it's the utmost importance to keep the military apolitical and questions like this should not be asked?
I agree with you. Yes, Senator.
And what steps you'll take to guard against the potential politicization?
Senator, I think the question was, what steps will I take to guard against politicalization? I think it starts with being a good example from the top and making sure that we are nonpartisan and apolitical and speaking the truth to power every day.
General Kane, do you believe there's any situation where it would be appropriate for you not to be consulted prior to a military operation?
Well, Senator, I'm not in the job yet, so I can't imagine any hypothetical situation where I would not be in the conversation, if that's what you're asking. You know, I believe the Joint Force, if confirmed, and even if I'm not in the job, the Joint Force has a responsibility to provide best options to the Secretary, the NSC, and the President. So I can't imagine a case where the Joint Force would not be in the conversation.
Final question. If confirmed, and this is you've got 40 seconds, and this is probably, will take longer than that, so just brief thoughts. How are you going to ensure that the parochialism, which is endemic in every organization, but certainly also in the Department of Defense, is curtailed or focused to a more joint effort?
Well, Senator, I appreciate that, and I'll be quick and come back to you with more if need be. But, you know, I'm encouraged by the 648 years of experience that currently exist in the Joint Chiefs of Staff and in the Joint Staff, and I think they're all absolute professionals.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Reid. Senator Fisher.
We're listening here as the confirmation hearing continues for President Trump's pick to be the new chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Of course, that is retired Air Force Lieutenant General Dan Kane. We'll be right back. You're taking a live look over in Capitol Hill. We're staying in Washington, D.C. as we continue to listen in to the confirmation hearing for President Trump's pick to be the new chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
It possesses, Russia has suspended the New START treaty, and nuclear saber rattling has been a defining feature of its invasion to Ukraine. North Korea has claimed to test the first solid fuel ICBM. I'm concerned that our current programs or record may not be sufficient to address these future threats, or these current threats, let alone future threats. So if confirmed, how would you work with the Secretary, the services, STRATCOM, to identify and address any insufficiencies so that our nuclear deterrent would remain credible?
Well, Senator, and it must remain credible. We must invest in the deterrence side of our nuclear triad, and there's a lot of work to be done there. And if confirmed, you know, I look to work with the incredible leadership at STRATCOM. We have a great commander out there who's very smart, dedicated, and technically all over the program out there. And you know, this will be an area of significant emphasis to make sure that we're fielding the capabilities that we need.
Have you had an opportunity to review the Strategic Posture Commission's 2023 report?
Senator, I've not.
I would highly recommend that you do so. It very clearly articulates projected threats. It identifies potential gaps in our capabilities, and it makes a number of actionable recommendations, many of which were included in last year's NDAA. Finally, General Kane, the nuclear-armed sea-launched cruise missile, or SLCM, is a Navy program of record that has been supported by this committee on a strong bipartisan basis. I was pleased to see you affirm the importance of SLCM in your advanced policy questions. Can you explain to this committee the importance of providing the President with additional theater nuclear options such as SLCM-N?
Well, Senator, when we look at the global laydown of nuclear weapons that you alluded to, the United States having an additional option is a key and essential component to our overall deterrence, and that's where SLCM-N fits into the equation.
So it's important that our Commander-in-Chief would have those options?
Well, I won't get out in front of the President. It may be a decision that he has a different view on, but certainly the Joint Force should offer him that option for his consideration based on the needs of the deterrent capabilities.
And it is a program of record?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Fisher. Senator Shaheen.
General Kane, congratulations on your nomination, and thank you for your willingness to continue to serve the country. I appreciated the time we spent in my office talking about this role and the challenges that you will be facing. One of the things that we discussed was the Women, Peace, and Security legislation that was signed by President Trump during his first term, and it mandates that women should be at the table in conflict resolution and peace negotiations. And at DOD, that's meant having women involved in security cooperation programs that really give us, I think, an advantage over our adversaries like China and Russia. Can you, just for the record, are you familiar with the WPS program, General Kane?
I am, Senator, yes.
And do you believe that's a DEI program?
I do not.
Thank you. Can you provide some examples of the operational advantage that, from your perspective, this gives us?
Well, Senator, I can just give you my own personal recollections from being deployed before. This was precursors of the program, but when we would go out into the field and after concluding an assault, we would have female members who would, speak with those women and children who were on the objective, and they would help us to understand the human terrain in a new and novel way. And so WPS is, I think, a program that really helps us to understand the full spectrum of challenges that are in front of us.
Thank you for that. One of the combatant commands that has been most effective in using the WPS law has been INDOPACOM. Can you talk about how this contributes to the mission that INDOPACOM has?
Well, Senator, I'm not familiar with the INDOPACOM specific example. If confirmed, I'll look into it and come back to you with my thoughts on that matter.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that. We've been hearing some rumors that have suggested that the administration is considering ending the dual hat policy under which our commander of European Command serves as the Supreme Allied Commander of NATO. The commander of EUCOM has served as the Supreme Allied Commander since Eisenhower, and part of the reason is to ensure that U.S. command and control of nuclear weapons on the continent also prevents nuclear proliferation in Europe. So I'm not going to ask you to comment on what the policy of this administration may or may not be, since I assume it's not been determined. But can you talk about the importance of U.S. leadership in NATO as a result of this dual hat arrangement, and how would you approach mill-to-mill obligations with NATO partners?
Well, Senator, allies and partners are a critical component to our ability to protect and defend our values and virtues around the world. NATO is a key component to that. The President's been clear on his views of the importance of NATO, as has the Secretary. Related to whether or not SACEUR stays a U.S. military officer, I'll defer to the President on that. I think that's a discussion that he currently is ongoing. But for me in particular, I value our allies and partners, and if confirmed, that'll be a significant portion of the job that I have ahead of me.
Well, and I appreciate that that's a policy decision, but what I'm really asking is what the advantage is for the United States in having the SACEUR be an American.
And, you know, Senator, as always, anytime we have U.S. forces deployed, we generally have wanted them under a U.S. commander, and that was the history behind the establishment of SACEUR and putting the dual-hat EUCOM commander and SACEUR together. And I think it is an opportunity for global leadership, in particular in Europe, but again, would defer to the president as he considers what the future policy may look like.
And I know that Senator Reid asked you this question, and it was part of your official questions from Senator Wicker. But when you have situations where your military advice may be different from the direction that the administration is heading on policy, how do you intend to approach those situations? And how would you continue to make sure that the military perspective that you're supposed to represent is actually being presented?
Well, Senator, the same way I have for 34 years with candor. Candor has gotten me here today, and candor will continue to allow me to do my job moving forward. The president doesn't have to accept the military advice or the secretary of the NSC, but we owe it to them for us to deliver that military advice.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Shaheen. Senator Cotton.
General Kane, congratulations on your nomination, and thank you for your 34 years of service. Thank you also for your service at times in the intelligence community, where your reputation is as strong as it is in the Department of Defense. Let's continue on the theme of Senator Shaheen's question about providing your candid military advice. I think, as the chairman and Senator Reid pointed out, a lot of people don't understand the chairman of the Joint Chiefs is not in the chain of command. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
By law, your role is the principal military advisor. So if the president makes a decision on this, that, or the other policy or operation about this, that, or the other country, that goes from him to the Secretary of Defense down to some other commander, say the CENTCOM commander or the Secretary of the Army or what have you. You're on the side giving advice to everyone, but you're not actually carrying out decisions in the chain of command.
That's correct, Senator.
And I think Congress gave the chairman that role because we wanted someone who was free from those day-to-day demands of operational or managerial duties to provide that candid military advice. And as Senator Shaheen said, it's important that you provide that advice even when you think the principal doesn't want to hear it, the Secretary of Defense or the NSC or the president. But I think you said in your opening statement that you were an unusual or an unconventional nominee. Which was it?
I think it was unconventional.
Unconventional,
Senator.
okay. I agree with that. I think most people would as well. You don't strike me as the kind of guy who has been angling for this job for 34 years. Is that a fair statement?
That would be a fair statement, Senator.
And did you expect to get this job as recently as, I don't know, 3 or 6 months ago?
I did not, Senator.
So is there any reason to think that you're not going to be providing your candid and best professional military advice, even and maybe especially when you've gotten wind, say, a little birdie has tipped you off that maybe the Secretary or the President doesn't want to hear what you have to say?
Senator, no. And, I went to VMI, where I lived in the new barracks for 4 years and looked out on a statue of George Caleb Marshall for 4 years. And, sir, if I failed to provide my candid advice to the Secretary of the NSC or the President, I think General Marshall would climb out of his grave and hunt me down.
Good, thank you. Because I think every president, every NSC, every Secretary of Defense needs that, especially from a chairman. Not to give them their candid advice when it's welcome, but even when they know it's unwelcome. Now, as you said, though, you're an advisor. You're not a decider. You're not a commander. Once the Secretary, in some cases, or the President probably in most cases, has made the decision, then you're on the side making sure that decision is going to be carried out by the relevant commanders, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Let's look at something specific in this area now, and that's the threat of Iran's nuclear program. By some estimates, they could be just weeks away from having at least testable, if not workable, nuclear devices, maybe as few as a couple years away from having missiles that could hit us here in the United States. The president has said repeatedly that he wants a peaceful resolution to this crisis. But he's also said, I think as recently as last week, quote, if they don't make a deal, there will be bombing, end quote. He said for at least a decade out, I've known him that Iran cannot be allowed to get a nuclear weapon. Do you agree with the president's assessment that Iran cannot be allowed to get a nuclear weapon?
I do, Senator.
And do you agree that because of their missile programs, especially the flimsy cover of the space launch program, that this is not just a threat to our troops in the region or Israel or our Arab friends in the region? This could be an imminent and existential threat to the United States itself in just a few short years.
Senator, I think that's an accurate statement.
If the president asks for military options to support what he has said publicly, that if Iran is not willing to make a deal, that there will be bombing, do you commit to provide him the best and candid advice you can about viable military options and the likely consequences of each?
Senator, I think that's what the job of the Joint Staff is to do, is to provide a range of options for the president to consider and then allow him to select whatever those options will work best for him.
Thank you. And finally, there's some hysteria about the prospect of the president ordering these strikes, or someone like you in uniform providing him advice, that it's going to lead to another forever war or another endless war. Are you aware of operations, maybe operations against Iran, like the tanker wars in 1988, in which the forceful but discriminate application of military power did not lead to a forever war or an endless war, but rather led to peace and stability?
Yes, sir. Those examples in our history do exist.
Maybe the Qasem Soleimani strike in 2020 as well, that caused Iran to pull in its horns for the rest of President Trump's first term. Thank you, General Kaine.
Thank you, Senator.
You can answer that question verbally, Senator Kaine. I noticed you nodded. I mean, General Kaine, you nodded your head.
Yes, sir. I wasn't sure exactly what the question was, but I agree with you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Cotton, and thank you, General. Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, General Kaine, for visiting my office. For your service and your families to our nation. You have a record that is exemplary and lengthy. You served in the Air Force, the Air National Guard, and within the intelligence community with extraordinary distinction. This position is not one that you sought, is it?
No, sir.
Or ever expected?
No, sir.
And the reason is quite simply that the President of the United States decided to fire the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff for political and personal reasons. And I must say that I find that abhorrent. And I know that you are not going to comment in those terms on the treatment of your potential predecessor, but would you agree with me that politicization of the military is something that should be avoided at all costs?
Yes, sir. The nation and the Constitution all require a nonpartisan military.
And would you agree with me that this apparent myth, because you've credibly denied it, that you wore a MAGA hat is extremely regrettable and unfortunate?
Sir, I just know that I have always upheld my oath of office and don't believe the president said I was wearing a MAGA hat from what I've listened to the tapes.
You don't believe he ever said it, but it has been attributed to him.
Sir, I think maybe he was talking about somebody else when I went and listened to the tapes.
Let me ask you, because of your extraordinary service, General, and I can't imagine anyone better qualified to answer this question, if you heard that a mission of the kind that was discussed on an unsecure platform, Signal, and you were in one of those planes about to launch on that mission against the Houthis, knowing what you do about the substance of that conversation, how would you feel?
Well, Senator, I stand by what I said before. I think we all can agree that we need to always protect the element of surprise.
And that element of surprise was very likely lost if there had been any intercept by one of our enemies or adversaries that could be conveyed to the Houthis, correct?
I mean, Senator, that's a little bit of a hypothetical question, but I am thankful, as always, that we protect our servicemen and women who are going into combat operations.
But there are a lot of pilots and other military men and women who are understandably angry about that call, correct?
Sure, I've not had anybody come to me and tell me that they're angry about it, so I can't comment on that.
Have you read reports about that reaction to the call?
I have not, Senator, no.
Would you agree that that kind of reliance on signal for that kind of conversation should be avoided in the future?
Senator, I just know that I have always used the right system for the right kinds of communications. I don't know in particular, you know, what information was classified in what way on that signal chat. I know that we must preserve the element of surprise.
That platform is not a hardened and secure platform.
That platform is encrypted, but not secure, I believe, in the definition of the term secure.
Let me ask you quickly on another topic. Would you agree that the Columbia-class program is the Navy's, should continue to be an acquisition priority along with the Virginia-class?
Senator, I do think Columbia needs to continue forward at a pace and tempo equal to the threat.
My time has expired. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. Senator Rounds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Kane, once again, thank you for taking the time in my office to visit with me about a number of the items that you're hearing about today.
We're listening here to the confirmation hearing for President Trump's pick to be the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. We're stepping away for a brief commercial break. We'll continue with more of your top stories next. Welcome back, and thank you all for joining us here at Live Now from Fox. Just before the commercial break, we were showcasing that confirmation hearing for President Trump's pick to be the new chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. But we are going to pivot next, staying on Capitol Hill, though, as we are seeing some of these House Republicans hold their weekly leadership presser.
with DOGE to root out the waste, lock as much of it into law as possible. If we can fit it in a budget reconciliation, we surely will. If it's going to come later in a rescissions package, then we're going to do it as best as we can to achieve those real savings for the taxpayers of this country who are counting on us to deliver. The man who's delivering our agenda in the House, Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
Thank you, Leader. Thanks to my colleagues. Good morning to all of you. It's another busy week on Capitol Hill. Let me address these two very important pieces of legislation that are upon us. Just give you a little more info and then we'll take questions. I want to thank our great colleague from Kansas, former Attorney General. He knows that at which he speaks, and Congressman Schmidt gives great voice to this. We're talking about this problem of rogue rulings, and you know, the Democrats, our colleagues here, they talk all about this so-called constitutional crisis that they see around every tree. They don't like President Trump's policies, and so that's their catchphrase they use for everything. But there really is a constitutional crisis that's developing. It's not the one that the Democrats claim, though. Listen to these numbers, and we've shared them before. 67% of all injunctions issued by district court judges against a president since the year 2000 were issued against one man, and his name's President Donald J. Trump. 92% of those injunctions against the president were issued by Democrat-appointed judges. There's a problem. I've mentioned before, I was a constitutional law litigator, routinely would run into judges that I would describe as activists, but it was much more rare than it is now, and it's a problem that has been noted needs to be addressed. Under the existing framework, one singular district court judge out of 677 of them, anywhere in America, can subvert the will of the duly elected president carrying out his constitutional duties. And they're doing that. And so we've got to step into this. Despite the American people's wholesale rejection of Democrat ideas at the ballot box, you have activist judges who are abusing the system to legislate from the bench. That's effectively what an activist judge is. This is not how the system our founders designed is supposed to work. Under our Constitution, we have three co-equal branches of government, each with the ability to provide a check on the other. And we do have that authority. Democrats seem to have forgotten that. I mentioned at a press conference or a gaggle, maybe it was last week with all of you, I can't remember so many of these, but somebody asked me repeatedly about, you know, impeachment, and they asked me about our authority under the Constitution. What authority do we have? Under Article 3, the Congress is given the authority to determine, define, fund all lower courts. Only the Supreme Court has mentioned itself in the Constitution, and the lower courts are within the purview of the Congress. And I was asked, and I offered the answer, yes, I mean, we could defund those courts. I wasn't saying, let me clarify, I wasn't saying that we're doing that. I was trying to describe what the Constitution says. Go read it for yourselves. We have broad scope. We have all authority over the lower courts, okay? We're not defunding courts, and we're not doing anything other than limiting in this legislation the ability of a judge to issue a nationwide injunction, because that is the problem that has gotten totally out of control. And we need this check on the judiciary, and I think we're going to prove that on the floor. One activist judge should not issue a nationwide injunction against the president's policies, and these district courts have to stay within their constitutional bounds. The next act we talked about that will be on the floor is the SAVE Act, and we've been here and done this, but we have to do it again because we never got it through the Senate last time. But this is the second time in less than a year congressional Democrats will have the opportunity to do something that 87% of the American people demand that Congress does. Only U.S. citizens should decide U.S. elections. It is in federal law, but it is not always enforced, and you need further enforcement. Why? Because we have to make sure that the law is complied with, and this will require a reasonable measure of having an ID to prove your citizenship. It's Democrats say it's already illegal to vote as a citizen, but that doesn't mean that you don't need further enforcement. We don't rely on the integrity of teenagers trying to purchase a six-pack at the liquor store, right? We require them to provide ID to prove they're old enough to make that purchase. We require ID for almost everything in society, and almost everybody has one. And we're just saying that this is a very simple common sense measure. States are barred from even asking to verify citizenship status or on voter registration forms currently. So we have to fix that. And the states can't just rely on the integrity of the registrant. We need a safeguard in the system. So the SAVE Act closes that massive loophole. It codifies
President Trump's executive action to secure our voter registration process, and it protects the voices of American voters. If we don't have free and fair and safe and secure elections, then we have nothing in a republic. And so that's where we're moving forward, and we'll see where the Democrats stand on it. I'll take questions. Yes.
Speaker, President Trump this week in an interview with my colleague Kristen Welker said that when he repeatedly brings up the idea of running for a third term, that he is not joking. You are a constitutional law expert. Is there a legal constitutional path for him to seek a third term, and would you support him if he went down that road?
Well, I just told everybody to read the Constitution. There's a constitutional path. You have to amend the Constitution to do it, and that's a high bar. You know, the president and I have talked about this, joked about it. He's joked about it with me on stage before. You know, we take him at his word. I understand why so many Americans do wish that he could run for a third term, because he's accomplishing so much in this first 100 days that they wish it could go on for much longer. But I think he recognizes the constitutional limitations, and I'm not sure that there's a move about to amend the Constitution. Yeah.
Speaker Johnson, do you think that the president should move forward tomorrow with tariffs, with imposing tariffs?
He's made very clear that he's doing this in the executive branch under his executive authority, and it doesn't involve Congress in that way. Look, you have to trust the president's instincts on the economy, okay? And why? This isn't blind faith. Remember what he accomplished in the first administration. Before COVID, we had the greatest economy in the history of the world, not the U.S., the whole world. Every demographic was doing better because we cut taxes, we cut regulations, and we made a better economic environment for everybody to succeed. And he is going about that same plan to bring that about, and tariffs is a component of that. And we'll see how it all develops. I mean, the reciprocal tariff policy is one that makes a lot of common sense. I mean, you look at the trade disparity between many nations, and much of this began after World War II, and the rationale apparently was, well, we need to rebuild Europe, and America emerges as the great superpower, so we should have this imbalance. It's fair. It's, you know, this is what we need. Well, that carried on for generations, and we're well beyond World War II now, and this is a different world. It's a much more integrated, complex economy, and the president's absolutely right when he says that we have to think about America's interests first, because if we don't, we're not going to maintain our status as the great superpower. And when he says, let's have free trade and fair trade, I think the reciprocal tariff policy makes sense. If somebody has 100+% tariff on imports of U.S. goods, and we have virtually nothing, why don't we settle that balance? If we raise and match their tariff policy, I think ultimately what happens is you get back down to a free trade agreement, that these countries that are engaged in this disparity, this raw deal for Americans for so long, it'll get their attention, and they'll, I think, reduce their tariffs on us. Then you get back to a free and fair trade situation. So, look, we'll see what happens. I think it's going to go forward, and it may be rocky in the beginning, but I think that this will make sense for Americans, and it will help all Americans. So, yes, Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Trump says that Elise Stefanik will be rejoining your leadership team, and that you are very enthusiastic to be having her remain in the House. What role will she be playing on your leadership team, given that she has already relinquished her past leadership role?
Yeah, we're trying to sort that out. Elise is a dear friend, trusted colleague. She's a super talent, and she has always brought a lot to the table. And she stepped down from her conference chair role, and on her important committee assignments, she was in line to have a gavel on some of those. And the circumstances changed. So recognizing her talent, I said I would love to invite her back immediately to the leadership table. All the leadership posts are filled at the moment, so we're trying to figure out some creative role for Elise to play, because, you know, I think that helps the whole body. I think it helps our conference, and it puts her in a position where she can be of her highest and best use. Scott, as you know, every single day as Speaker, what I try to do is make sure all of our members are of their highest and best use. We try to match skill sets with positions, and it's an imperfect thing, but we work through it. And, you know, what happened with Elise is we're dealing with, and we're going to make her a very valuable and important member of this conference, as she always has been. And I'm excited about that. I am. I'm glad to have her remain with us. So, last question, very back.
On the topic of activist judges, does the legislation touch on using artificial intelligence at all in this regard? And, you know, semantic analysis of artificial intelligence is very high. And, you know, is it theoretically possible to be able to use AI in a judiciary capacity?
Wow. I think they're going to replace all the lawyers before they do the judges, and I'm worried about that. I'm a recovering attorney myself. I don't know. That's a great question. They say AI is going to change everything. I certainly hope that we don't have AI determining the outcome of cases, though. I think you got to rely on the system and rely on human judgment for these things. But we'll see. That's a brave new world question. I don't have the answer yet. Thank you all so much. Appreciate it.
Some of these judges.
So you're just listening there as House Republicans held their weekly leadership press conference. Also heard from House Speaker Mike Johnson. They're answering some questions from reporters. We're stepping away for a quick commercial break. A Live Now look in Capitol Hill in D.C. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's dip back into Capitol Hill on the Senate floor. This session is still going on with Senator Chuck Schumer now speaking on the floor.
Does he agree that it could raise the price on an average family thousands of dollars? It's estimated $6,000. Does he agree that the chaos caused by Trump's on again, off again, this country, this much, that much, this product, that product, is hurting the economy and hurting business people do their jobs? And does he agree that it seems the motivation is tax breaks for the wealthiest people?
So
Could you please answer my question?
I will,
yield
Leader
back
Schumer.
to him.
I will. So you and I both know that in 72 days now, it's the next day, the 72 days that Trump has been in office, he has caused havoc on the American economy, especially given the economy he inherited. Inflation is up. Prices are up. Consumer confidence is down. The stock market and people's 401ks and retirement plans are down. He continues to do things to rattle confidence, to raise prices, and to hurt not the billionaires, the people that can afford these things, to hurt average Americans who find housing prices too high and it difficult to make ends meet. Every time, and I've looked at the tariffs throughout history, in fact, one of my friends sent me this really funny clip I hope somebody will put up for me from, I think it was Ferris Bueller's Day Off, where he was talking about tariffs and was like, Bueller, the reality is, or maybe it was another movie, I'm mixing it up, it shows my pop, what's that?
Entitled after
Thank you.
15
Right now, but the tariffs haven't worked out for Republican presidents who tried them during the Depression. The evidence is here. Learn from our history.
Does my colleague remember the names of Smoot and Hawley?
Smoot and Hawley. Yes, sir. I definitely remember those names from high school history. God bless you, Mr. Al Gore and Ms. Saru. So yes, what he's going to do tomorrow is going to rattle the markets. What he's going to do tomorrow is raise prices for Americans. What he's going to do tomorrow is lie to folks and say that this is something that China will pay or whomever will pay, when actually it's the American consumers that will pay with higher prices and more economic insecurity. This man, I tell you this quote that Frederick Douglass once said. This I do remember. He said, "The limits of tyranny is prescribed by the endurance of those who are oppressed." How much more will we take of this? How much more will we as America say, cut our Medicaid to give tax cuts to the billionaires, take the Affordable Care Act and take away tax credits, take away enrollment support? Hey, come after Social Security, cut thousands of people, make customer service get worse, as said the Wall Street Journal. How much more of these indignities will we take as he turns our back on our allies? How much more of a person that is doing tyrannical things as he takes our Constitution and continues to trash it, as he's running into judge after judge after judge that's trying to stop him, but we've already seen that he wants to ignore judges, or if he gets real rulings he doesn't like, he trashes the judges. And even the Chief Justice, appointed by a Republican, says to him, no, this is not right, this is not who we are, this is not how we do things in America. How much more can we endure before we, in a collective chorus of conviction in our country, say enough is enough? Enough is enough. You're not going to get away with this.
I thank the gentleman for his fortitude, his strength, and the crystalline brilliance by which he has shown the American people the huge dangers that face them with this Trump, DOGE, Musk administration. I yield the floor back to my colleague in New Jersey.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Massachusetts, but I think you have to ask him for a question.
Mr. President, will the senator yield for a question?
I yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Thank you. I am very grateful to the senator from New Jersey for coming to the floor for such an extended period of time to give voice to all of those around this country whose voices evidently are not heard by the Republicans in the United States Congress. And I wanted to ask a question for the 73 million people who are beneficiaries of the Social Security system and for their families, for the people whose grandma is getting Social Security, for the people whose cousin, whose dad died, who is getting Social Security benefits, about what's happening right now between Donald Trump and Elon Musk, our current co-presidents, and what they're trying to do to the Social Security system. So I start this question with just a basic observation. Social Security is not charity. It is not something we give away to those who are less fortunate, and we do this out of the goodness of our hearts. Social Security is a contract that people who work in America pay into the system for all of their working lives, and when the time comes that they retire or something happens to them and they are not able to do that work, that they can count on the Social Security system and the payments that they are legally entitled to. I want to underscore here, legally. Now, if America wanted to change that contract, the place they have to go is right here, to Congress. Yes. They have to come to the United States Senate, or they have to go to the House of Representatives, and they have to say, we actually want to change benefits for Social Security recipients. And by the way, that has happened dozens and dozens of times in our history, up through the late 1980s, where we made adjustments in the Social Security benefits. For example, for the fact that people lived longer, for the fact that people worked longer. And so we made minor adjustments in the system. We also made adjustments to make sure that there were cost of living changes in how much Social Security would pay out. So anyone who wants to change the benefits that people are legally entitled to has to come here to Congress and make that happen. But it appears that Elon Musk and Donald Trump have tried to figure out an end run. And the end run is to say, okay, we can't directly change benefits, but what we can do is we can effectively cut off benefits. Now, how can they do that? Well, one way is fire all the people who help people get their Social Security benefits. And think of it this way. Someone who wants to collect Social Security, let's just say at age 66, they decide, okay, I'm ready. It's time for me to retire. I can't do this anymore. I want to collect my Social Security benefits. And they try to fill out the form. Turns out it gets rejected. There's a number off somewhere in the system. Somebody's got a confusion over what the name is, or where somebody worked, or an employer from decades back failed to fill out the right form. So now there's a problem in the system. So what does the person do? Well, first they might try calling. But if you fired the people who answered the phones, that's not going to work. Okay, so what's the next thing you do? You go to your local Social Security office. Oh, but if they've closed the Social Security office near you, that's not going to work. So what do? You go to the Social Security office that you can find. 2 hours away, 3 hours away, 4 hours away. Finally, get to that Social Security office, and when you get there, if they fired most of the people, you may encounter, what, 2 people working the desk to help straighten out problems, and a line that's 50 people long. By the way, these come from real stories. People are telling what's happening out there. So, by the time the day is over, our example here hasn't even made it to the front of the line. So, doesn't get the question answered, doesn't get the problem resolved. Has to go back home again, has to find somebody who can maybe take him to the Social Security office that's hours away and start this process over and over and over. If this person, let's just say, for example, takes 3 months to get this problem ultimately resolved by the Social Security Administration, they don't get the money. That money is lost. It just simply is gone. They do not get the money they are legally entitled to, and they have no right to go back and collect it, even pointing out that it was Social Security's error. So failure.
We're listening here as Democratic senators are continuing to debate there on Capitol Hill, touching on many topics, including the GOP budget, some of these DOGE cuts. You just heard there from Senator Warren discussing Social Security, and also Senator Schumer talking about the tariffs that President Trump is set to impose tomorrow. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. So thank you all for joining us on this Tuesday, April 1st. My name is Carla Hata. And we've had a very busy morning, overnight over in Capitol Hill. Just before the commercial break, I was showing to you how Democratic senators are still debating there on the Senate floor, discussing several of President Trump's initiatives and some of the pushback that they're bringing forth. Remember that you can watch that stream live uninterrupted. We do have it going on our YouTube page. You can see it there at the bottom left-hand side of your screen. We have a QR code. Just scan it and it'll take you there if you want to continue to watch that session of the Senate. At the same time, we're heading over to yet another hearing. Taking a look here, as we're seeing several Republican Congress members, they are holding this hearing for what they are calling a, quote, judicial overreach by the courts against President Trump.
By law, by the courts. Many of our colleagues are following Trump and Musk in calling for impeachment right now. There have been only 15 federal judges impeached in all of American history, always for serious professional misconduct, like taking bribes, stealing from the court, or habitual drunkenness, not even occasional drunkenness, habitual drunkenness on the bench. Congress has never defined a doctrinal or interpretive disagreement as a high crime and misdemeanor, much less when the judge's reasoning was airtight correct. The spreading movement to impeach and attack judges is so alarming that Chief Justice Roberts issued a rare statement last week. He said, for more than 2 centuries, it's been established that impeachment is not an appropriate response to disagreement concerning a judicial decision. The proper response, of course, is to appeal the decision. And to be fair, Chairman Issa expressed his strong disapproval of these wanted posters yesterday in the Rules Committee. Now, for some members, talk of impeaching these so-called rogue judges is just fun and games. But the vicious assault, the vicious rhetorical assault on the judiciary has turned into something more sinister in certain quarters. Actual violent threats, bomb threats, direct intimidation. Judge Boasberg, the Bush appointee, must endure scandalous online attacks and insults by President Trump and Elon Musk and their followers. Even worse, the campaign of vilification has spread to Judge Boasberg's family, including outrageous attacks on his daughter, who's had her photo and her place of work posted on social media by Elon Musk to his 290 million followers. These threats follow an actual bomb threat made to the sister of Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett. And there are numerous other threats taking place today. And of course, we've seen threats and actual violence and murders take place in the past. I call on my colleagues right now to call off the campaign to impeach federal judges for doing their jobs. I call on them to demand that the Trump administration comply with all judicial orders while appealing whichever ones they want to appeal, and to demand the return of people unlawfully taken to El Salvador on that so-called plane full of gangbangers. And I especially call on them today to denounce all violent threats, doxing, online vilification, and threats against our judges. This is the Judiciary Committee of the United States House of Representatives, and we should act like it. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. I ask unanimous consent that the official statement by ICE officials agreeing that there was not 100% accuracy in Mr. Garcia's arrest, that in fact he was a prominent member of MS-13, a different recognized terrorist group. Without objection, so ordered. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. I'd now like to introduce our distinguished panel, beginning with the Honorable Newt Gingrich. Mr. Gingrich is the former colleague here in the House and served from 1979 to 1999, including 4 years as the Speaker of the House. Speaker Gingrich was instrumental in formulating Contract with America and returning Republicans to a House majority after 40 years of Democrat control. Since leaving the Congress, he has remained incredibly active, and in fact, in both policy, politics, and government, he has led, having authored several dozen books and teaching military officers and other national security professionals at the National Defense University. Welcome, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Paul Larkin. Mr. Larkin is the John Barbara and Victoria Rumpel Senior Legal Research Fellow at the Edwin Meese III Center for Legal and Judicial Studies at Heritage Foundation. Before joining Heritage, Mr. Larkin served in various positions in the Department of Justice and at the EPA and as a Senate staff. He has spent a number of years in private practice and is most prepared for today's hearing. Welcome. Ms. Cindy Romero. Ms. Romero is a resident of Aurora, Colorado, who saw firsthand the effects of soft on crime and open border immigration policy. She was a resident of an apartment complex targeted by Tren de Agua and eventually was forced to move after her neighbors were reportedly victimized and her car was struck by gunfire. Lastly, Professor Kate Shaw. Ms. Shaw is a professor of law at the University of Pennsylvania, Carey Law School. Professor Shaw focuses on executive power and the Supreme Court, along with other issues. I want to welcome all of our witnesses and ask that you please rise to take the pledge to be sworn in. The right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Please be seated. Let the record reflect that all witnesses answered in the affirmative. We'll begin with Mr. Larkin, and I would only ask, you've all seen this on C-SPAN, but to the greatest extent possible, please wrap up by the end of 5 minutes. You'll have the indicator on your desk, but your entire statements will be included in the record, as will additional information, which I can't speak for everyone, but I know the speaker will revise and extend with considerable authentication. Mr. Larkin. I think check and make sure you're on and pull it a little closer, perhaps.
Is that better?
Much.
The practice of issuing nationwide injunctions outside the confines of a certified nationwide class action is mistaken as a matter of law and unwise as a matter of policy. Let's start with the law, and in there, let's also start with the Constitution. The legislative power is granted to Congress. And what is the primary product of that legislative power? It is what the Constitution defines as a law. The term law also shows up in Article 3, but it shows up in Article 3 under the phrase arising under the Constitution, the laws, or treaties. It is not the courts that are responsible for creating the law. It's the courts who are responsible for interpreting it as it applies. But they can only do so in the context of a case or controversy, two structural limitations on what the courts can do. In other words, in order for the courts to be able to say what the law is, they have to get on the playing field. And in order to do that, you have to have a case or controversy. Now, why does that matter? Well, the Constitution does speak to this. As I've said, only the Congress can create a law. Anytime a court enters a judgment that is tantamount to being a law, the judge has gone too far. And in the case of nationwide injunctions, a judgment in favor of non-parties goes too far. You also have no statute in the Judicial Code, no provision in the Constitution, and no settled history at common law that allows a judge to enter these sorts of orders. That's important because everything has to fit into one of those three. Why? The Supreme Court has interpreted Article 3 in light of how it was understood in 1789. And so those are the three primary bases that you have to look to: the text of the Constitution, statutes, and English common law history. In fact, there are two Supreme Court cases that directly undermine the legitimacy of nationwide injunctions outside of certified class actions. One is Williams versus Zabaras. In that case, the court said there is no case or controversy between two parties that are in a case over an issue that has not been put into dispute by one or the other of them. It logically follows that there is no issue in dispute between someone who is a party and someone who is a stranger to the entire litigation. Similarly, at the back end of the process is the case of United States versus Mendoza, where the Supreme Court held that the federal government is not subject to the win or go home rule that you see in the NCAA postseason tournament. The government isn't stuck with whatever loss it has the first time it litigates a case to a final judgment and loses. The doctrines in the law of issue preclusion or collateral estoppel, the new and old terms, do not apply to the federal government. Why? The Supreme Court, in a unanimous decision in Mendoza, said they do not. Why? Because there are a variety of good policy reasons why it shouldn't. With that, then let me turn to the policy reasons that show this practice is unwise. There are several, okay? First, mandatory injunctions prevent the percolation of issues in the lower court that the U.S. Supreme Court in Mendoza said is necessary for that court to be able best to resolve whatever legal dispute there is. It allows the court to be sure that all of the issues, all of the sub-issues, all of the arguments pro and con, all of the benefits and costs of whatever rule are fully aired. Secondly, it encourages judge shopping. All you have to do is find one favorable judge, and you can stop an entire administration in its tracks. And as you know, it has happened to every administration over the course of this 21st century. From the George W. Bush administration to the present, each party has been subject to this practice. Third, it can result in conflicting nationwide judgments. You can wind up with injunctions going one way and the other way because a court in Maine and a court in Alaska can come out the opposite way in a case. Finally, they are going to weaken the doctrine of stare decisis, because as the Supreme Court comes to realize, if it has to decide issues at a preliminary stage of the case without the guidance of the lower courts, they're going to have to overrule some of their decisions. Let me end where I began. This practice is mistaken as a matter of law and unwise as a matter of policy. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're listening here to a hearing on the judicial overreach, which is what Republicans are calling it, by the courts against President Trump. We'll be right back. Time right now is 11 in the morning on the East Coast, 8:11 in the morning over on the West Coast, and we are heading back down to Capitol Hill as the House Judiciary Committee is hosting a hearing to discuss some of these orders that have been brought forth by President Trump that have been blocked by federal courts across the country.
That, quote, speed is the essence of war. How can the United States have speed in national security issues if opponents can judge shop to find someone ambitious or arrogant enough to block, repudiate, or delay the president's decisions? There are 677 authorized district judgeships. How many think they can override duly elected presidents? This summary statement has 4 propositions. First, the courts have often been challenged. President Jefferson wrote, quote, judges as the ultimate arbiters of all constitutional questions would place us under the despotism of an oligarchy, close quote. President Andrew Jackson was in constant fights with the Supreme Court. President Abraham Lincoln made the Dred Scott decision expanding slavery a centerpiece of his 1858 senatorial campaign. In his first inaugural, President Lincoln warned that if the Supreme Court held supreme rule, quote, the people will have ceased to be their own rulers, having to that extent practically resigned their government into the hands of that eminent tribunal, close quote. Second, as the Judiciary Act of 1802 proves, the legislative and executive branches can constitutionally defend their rights, and they have in the past. It is historically and constitutionally wrong to think the legislative and executive branches are helpless against judiciary actions. Third, the Supreme Court could intervene to eliminate this attack on the executive branch by district judges. Chief Justice Roberts could end the growing confrontation by establishing a rule that any nationwide injunction issued by a district court against the executive branch would be suspended in implementation and immediately taken up by the Supreme Court. This would remedy the lengthy appeals process. Fourth, the Congress and the President can take decisive steps toward bringing the judiciary back into a constitutional framework. This hearing is a good first step. There could be a series of hearings on the constitutional and historic framework which ensures no single branch of government can acquire dictatorial powers, specifically the judiciary and this committee. These hearings would educate the members and the American people. They would create a national understanding of the need to defend the Constitution against overreaching branches of government. I would also recommend that the Congress pass Chairman Iss's No Rogue Rulings Act, which is a good signal to the courts that they have gone too far. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Ms. Romero.
My name is Cindy Romero. I'm a wife, a mother of 5, a grandmother of 3, a part-time worker and student, and a former resident of Aurora, Colorado. I'm one of the many victims across the nation of the violent transnational gang, Trinidad, and a former lifelong Democrat. My husband and I resided at the Edge of Lowry apartment for 4 years. And while the first few years were a pleasant experience, we soon began observing changes in our once quiet neighborhood. And in the spring and summer of 2024, we noticed shuttles dropping off large number of illegal immigrants onto the property. Throughout the year, we watched in horror as a few apartments full of migrant families quickly evolved into large groups of gun-toting, military-aged males, threatening the remaining leaseholders into abandoning their properties, then kicking in the doors to the many vacated units to make room for other gang members. Open-air drug use, drug dealers, and seemingly underage prostitutes filled the common areas of the buildings. Large parties in the parking lots lasted well into the morning. Stolen and abandoned vehicles blocked residents' cars, property damage was evident, and random shootouts soon began to be expected on our block every night. These criminals brought in unlicensed electricians to run electricity to abandoned apartments and locksmiths to change the locks on the outside of the buildings to deny access to the owners, emergency services, and even the leaseholders of the building. Despite several calls for help to the Aurora Police Department, they often provided conflicting excuses for not responding. For example, one officer told me that he wanted to respond, but was instructed not to. Or they were often responding to other rampant crimes across the city, or had to respond to any crime in my neighborhood with no less than 3 or 4 officers and an armored vehicle. One officer suggested I go to the media because he felt sorry for me. He likely unintentionally saved my life. Although we were low income and barely paying our bills, we realized the need to invest in home protection, and we purchased 3 additional handguns and 6 cameras in the event that we had to defend ourselves. And during June and July, the gang members slowly began to torture us through intimidation, loud arguments, physical conflicts outside our door every night, vandalizing, taking over vacant apartments on our floor. And after several confrontations with the gang members, several calls, and submitting video evidence to the Aurora Police Department with no results, we gave up trying to stop them from squatting on the property. We spent the next few weeks looking for another rental, and we were unable to locate another low-income property rental that didn't have the same exact issues that we were facing every day. We reached out to local mainstream media, several NGOs in our community, begging for help, only to be turned away because we were just ordinary taxpayers. There were no government programs to grant citizens temporary protected status from imported gangs in our own country. On August 18th at 11:21 p.m., 10 minutes after my now viral video was recorded, a young man who I called my friend was mortally wounded outside my apartment during a firestorm of bullets, causing thousands of dollars in damages to cars and surrounding properties by 6 gunmen later identified as Trinidad Agua. And thanks to the heroism of one local Aurora City Councilwoman named Danielle Durinsky and some of her friends, including John Fabricatori, they'd been sounding the alarm over TDA for months while being called a liar and ignored by their governor. I was finally able to escape these horrible conditions due to their help. In the media frenzy following the video release, many TDA members have now been identified and arrested all over the country. Danielle Durinsky has never received an apology or acknowledgement for exposing the threat. When I heard that Mr. Trump had taken an interest in Aurora and our struggles with Trinidad Agua, I was relieved. I was hopeful that a change was, getting ready to happen, that it was on the way, that it was impending. And as president, he did not disappoint me. And I feel safer knowing that our country becomes more secure daily. I continue to think that the lives of my family and many others in my community were put at risk by the Biden administration's failed sanctuary policies at the southern border. Sanctuary status puts citizens at risk. And we must stop pushing ideology over common sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you show the video before we move on, please?
It's scenes coming out of a movie as the Venezuelan gang Trinidad Agua are seen breaking into apartment complexes in Aurora, Colorado. This is according to our sister station in Denver. There you can see the group well armed and forcing an apartment door open and making their way in. This has raised concerns amongst residents and Colorado state law enforcement officials.
Thank you. Professor Shaw.
Chairman Chairman Issa, Ranking Member Johnson, Chairman Roy, Ranking Member Scanlon, Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Raskin, and distinguished members of the subcommittees. Thank you for the invitation to testify today. My name is Kate Shaw. I'm a professor of law at the University of Pennsylvania Carey Law School. I understand that the purpose of today's hearing is to discuss recent judicial rulings against the Trump administration and to evaluate some of the responses to those rulings being considered by this body, in particular, resolutions of impeachment against federal judges and a bill that would limit the power of district courts to issue nationwide injunctions. Let me say at the outset that in my view, the premise of this hearing, that courts have overreached or transcended the limits of their authority and that this overreach calls for some response, is badly mistaken. It is true, as has already been noted this morning, that the Trump administration has been on a losing streak in the federal courts. A recent analysis by Professor Steve Vladeck found that of the 151 cases brought against the Trump administration since January 20th, 46 have resulted in some sort of preliminary relief. That relief has been ordered by judges across the country and by judges appointed by presidents of both parties. This broad consensus makes clear that despite the claims of some critics, these rulings do not grow out of substantive disagreements with President Trump's policy choices. The lawsuits have been brought and have overwhelmingly succeeded because many of the challenged actions have been taken without regard for and often with outright contempt for both statutes and the Constitution. And by that I mean both the constitutionally required process for lawmaking and the rights the Constitution commands government to respect. First, as to process. Article 1's lawmaking provisions are pretty straightforward. Laws must be passed by both houses of Congress and signed by the president or repassed over a veto. Laws governing funding, that is appropriations, are laws like any other. As for Article 2, it has long been settled that when the president acts, it needs to be pursuant to some authority Congress has granted or within one of the narrow areas in which Article 2 gives the president the authority to act without congressional authorization. That is the heart of Justice Jackson's concurring opinion in Youngstown, still the most influential judicial account of presidential power. What all of that means is that if President Trump wished to reshape or even eliminate many federal agencies, or dramatically reduce government expenditures on foreign aid, or eliminate job protections for federal workers, or roll back federal privacy protections, working with his many allies in Congress, including those on this committee, was the constitutionally permissible way to do that. Instead, he has ignored the laws passed by Congress and the constitutional rules that give Congress primacy in lawmaking. Beyond those largely procedural failures, many of the administration's initiatives have flouted core constitutional principles: the freedom of speech and expression, due process, equal justice and equal protection under law. President Trump has used the power of government to exact retribution against individuals and entities who have engaged in constitutionally protected activities, and he has brought the full weight of the state down on vulnerable groups the Constitution protects. In short, this administration has been marked by a breathtaking degree of presidential unilateralism that is flatly inconsistent with the Constitution and with numerous statutes passed by Congress. That is true in general terms, and it is true as to specific actions. That is why President Trump has fared so badly in court. To be sure, some of these rulings will be, some already have been, reversed on appeal. Reasonable minds can disagree about some of these questions, but rather than focus on the appellate process or on correcting the legal defects, this administration and many of its supporters have suggested that the problem is district judges. And rather than use its constitutional authority to enact laws that would give the president the power to do some of the things he wishes to do, this body has devoted itself to two things: stripping the power of federal courts to issue injunctions and pursuing the impeachments of federal judges who have merely discharged their obligation to uphold the Constitution. To my mind, the district court judges who have ruled against the administration have not come close to engaging in high crimes and misdemeanors, the constitutional standard for impeachment. And although Congress has considerable power to regulate the federal courts, including potentially restricting courts' ability to issue nationwide relief, the current moment calls for caution in pursuing change that would curtail courts' ability to meaningfully review and remedy unlawful executive action. It has been suggested already this morning that rulings against the administration thwart the will of the people. But democracy does not begin and end with elections for president. It includes elections for membership in Congress, the branch closest to the people and the entity whose authority many of these decisions protect. Democracy also means more than just elections. It includes values like the ability to engage in speech and expression, to associate, to petition. Meaningful democracy also requires genuine political equality, procedural fairness, and mechanisms for the protection of minorities. And in our system, courts can be a key guarantor of those aspects of democracy. They are doing their part to preserve both law and democracy. Other branches of government should join them. Thank you again for the invitation, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. We'll now go in order, out of order, in order to give Mr. McClintock the first round of questioning.
We're listening here to a hearing on the, quote, judicial overreach by courts against President Trump. We're stepping away for a brief commercial break. We'll continue with more of your top stories next. We are back in with some breaking news this morning on Live Now from Fox as we are continuing to follow the case against Luigi Mangione, who is accused of murdering United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Just getting a new statement in from Attorney General Pam Bondi, in which she is now asking for the death penalty against Mangione. Here is this full statement that I want to read to you on your screen right now. It says this: Luigi Mangione's murder of Brian Thompson, an innocent man and father of 2 children, was a premeditated, cold-blooded assassination that shocked America. After careful consideration, I have directed federal prosecutors to seek the death penalty in this case as we carry out President Trump's agenda to stop violent crime and make America safe again. This case coming out of New York City, of course, the charges spanning throughout several states. About 20 criminal charges in total against Mangione, and the latest there being the fact that Attorney General Bondi is seeking that death penalty. Now, Mangione, who is 26 years old, accused of murdering United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, that was back in December of 2024. He is facing a total of 20 criminal charges across New York, Pennsylvania, and in federal court. Those charges are divided into 3 separate cases. The New York one being the murder case, the federal charges that include terrorism, and a Pennsylvania case involving an unlicensed firearm, forgery, and false identification. One of the federal charges, which is murder with a firearm, could make him eligible for the death penalty if he is convicted. Mangione's federal case in New York has been scheduled for April 18th. So we just wanted to bring you that latest statement from the Attorney General. Now, as alleged, Luigi Mangione stalked and murdered Brian Thompson on December 4th of 2024. The murder was an act of political violence. This is in accordance with that press release in which we got that statement from the Attorney General. The press release goes on to say that Mangione's actions involved substantial planning and premeditation, and because the murder took place in public with bystanders nearby, may have posed grave risk of death to additional persons. Following federal murder charges handing down back on December 19th, the AG has directed acting U.S. Attorney Matthew Podolsky to seek the death penalty in this case. We'll continue to follow along and bring you all the latest updates as soon as we get them. In the meantime, let's head back over to Washington, D.C. We continue with more of your live events on this Tuesday morning. Heading back down to this hearing, continuing on there as we're hearing testimony regarding some of these executive orders and actions that have been brought forth by President Trump and have been blocked by several federal courts across the country.
Chairman Iss's bill, which I support strongly, but would be no reason to have it if the Chief Justice did his job.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman. I now ask unanimous consent that the previously played video be placed in the record. Additionally, I ask unanimous consent that the Wall Street Journal article entitled "Why Judge Boasberg's Deportation Order is Legally Invalid" be placed in the record, and that the Harvard Law Review article entitled "District Court Reforms, Nationwide Injunctions" be placed in the record. Without objection, so ordered. And we now go to the ranking member, Mr. Johnson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm reminded of the quote that goes something like, "When the law is not on your side, argue the facts. And when the facts are not on your side, argue the law. And when neither is on your side, then pound the table." Well, Trump doesn't have the facts or the law on his side. And so with this exercise today, he is vicariously pounding the table. Professor Shaw, President Trump has targeted and attacked some very wealthy and powerful entities to send a message to the less powerful. Trump has attacked Columbia University. He has attacked the white shoe, silk stocking law firms like Paul Weiss and Skadden Arps. These powerful, wealthy entities can afford to sue to protect their interest and our rule of law. But instead, they chose to lay down and get steamrolled by the bully. Professor Shaw, how does laying down and getting steamrolled compromise the rule of law and undermine our democracy?
Let me just say that, there have been targeted entities, right, including a number of law firms that have, in fact, not laid down, that are, in fact, taking a strong position of resistance to what they believe to be the unlawful components of some of the targeting orders. So law firms including Wilmer Hale, Jenner and Block, Perkins Coie, have made their responses and their views of the impermissibility of the targeting of law firms for no reason other than their decision to take on disfavored representations and to advance legal arguments that the president has personally objected to and sometimes been on the receiving end of. And so, I do think that calling out clearly unlawful executive action is critically important, particularly for entities with resources and stature. And I think that it encourages the targeting in unlawful ways for institutions to refuse to take a stand. I think that the orders targeting law firms are clearly unlawful. I think that some judges have already so found, and I think that the judges that rule on those orders will continue to find that. And the last thing I'll say is I think that law firms that have decided not to fight and that are complying haven't bought themselves any security necessarily. I'm not sure there's any guarantee that they won't be subject to further targeting simply because they have acquiesced in sometimes coercive terms in the first instance.
Yeah, when the bully knows that he can bully you, then he's going to continue bullying you until you stand up. And so I'm glad that these other law firms and other academic institutions have and are standing up. What would happen to access to justice for the least of these If these very wealthy and powerful entities that are being targeted today, if each and every one of them laid down and just allowed themselves to be steamrolled?
I think there could be a chilling effect in the willingness of law firms to take on disfavored representations. You know, the targeting has not been limited to law firms either, right? There has been an effort to suggest that sanctions will be sought by the Department of Justice against nonprofits and other legal actors that have engaged in litigation against the administration. And so it does seem quite clearly designed to reduce the amount of courageous litigation against and challenges to executive action. And so, you know, I think that the potential costs for the rule of law are, you know, incalculable.
Yeah, because it's based on the adversarial system. And if you wipe out the adversaries, then you wipe out the adversarial system or the adversary system.
I think that's right, that attacks on, you know, look, lawyers are not always popular, right? So attacking lawyers is not something that everyone is always going to object to, but judges need lawyers to present arguments to them, and our system of justice and the rule of law requires lawyers to take on representations, including potentially unpopular representations. So I do not think these attacks on, you know, white shoe law firms should be understood as just about white shoe law firms. I do think they are attacks on the very idea of access to justice and to the rule of law.
And when you attack, in addition to the lawyers, you attack the judges and claim that they need to be impeached, not for committing high crimes and misdemeanors, but for simply ruling in a way that is against the bully. What impact does that have on our justice system and our democracy?
I worry that the intent there is the same, to basically have a chilling effect on the willingness of judges to rule against the administration. In the same way, I think part of the intent of these executive orders is to create a climate of fear and intimidation and to disincentivize taking on representations, including against the federal government. So I think the intended effect is likely the same.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We now go to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This hearing reminds me of a breakfast I had with Antonin Scalia. About a dozen of us congressmen invited him to breakfast, and this was about a decade ago when Obama was the president and John Boehner was the speaker. And my colleagues appealed to Scalia and said, what can you do? You need to get involved here. The courts need to get involved. Obama's running roughshod over Congress. And Scalia refused to accept that premise. He said, no, this is not my job to referee fights between your two branches. My job is as a jurist to decide if somebody's been harmed and what the remedy is. And occasionally we interpret the law and the constitutionality of it. He said, and by the way, you're the most powerful branch of government. I don't know what you're complaining about. All the tools you need to restore the balance are in the Constitution. And one of my colleagues protested that impeachment was just too hard to pull off, given the threshold in the Senate and the political backlash. And Scalia shook his head. He said, I'm not talking about impeachment. You all have the power of the purse. You are funding everything you complain about that Obama is doing. Just quit funding it. And it was a pretty clear message. Now, that was about tension between Congress and the executive branch, and our hearing today is about tension between the judicial system and the executive branch. But I think it's still the case that what Scalia said is true. Let me give you an example of something I'm going to predict is going to happen in the courts soon that I'm not going to have much sympathy for on the president. So the president recently had a press conference and said he's going to wind down the Department of Education. Oh, great, that's my bill. I've got a one-sentence bill that eliminates the Department of Education. I should be very excited about this. The problem is, much of the activity that he says he will undertake, he just signed into law the funding of it a week before. We did a continuing resolution that fully funds every single penny of the Department of Education in a week, and the president signed it. This is, as Professor Shaw pointed out, appropriations bills are laws too, and they require both chambers and then the president to sign it. And so it's an appropriation bill, it's a law, it's in law, and a week later, he announces that he doesn't like some of the law, and so he's going to do things differently. So that's my problem that I have. Now, I do think it's a good hearing, and this is a great question. I tend to think that probably there are cases where they shouldn't have nationwide injunctions, but this is a double-edged sword. Under the Biden administration, he did unconstitutional and unlawful things during COVID that were stopped with nationwide injunctions. So, for instance, he had a rent moratorium that was stopped until the Supreme Court eventually basically said it was illegal. He refused to grant religious exemptions to the vaccines in the military. There was a nationwide injunction. Actually, one of the attorneys in that is a constituent of mine, Chris Wiest, who stopped all of the vaccine mandates at that point in the Air Force. That was a nationwide injunction. And then his OSHA vaccine mandate was stopped with a nationwide injunction. So I'm torn on this. Maybe if we just don't have nationwide injunctions, people in certain districts can live under tyranny or the perception of it. And if you're in a different judicial district or circuit, you get some remedy from the tyranny. Maybe it works out better that way. Maybe we should have tried each of these cases in each of these courts and found out the answer. But
we're listening here to a hearing on the, quote, judicial overreach by some of the federal courts against President Trump. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. We just got this look into our newsroom as we are expecting for a White House press briefing to get underway featuring Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. That is supposed to get started at around noon Eastern time, so a little over 15 minutes from now. We will carry it in its entirety as soon as it starts. Let's stay on Capitol Hill, head back to some more comments from this hearing regarding some of the orders that have been brought forth by President Trump that have been blocked by federal courts across the country.
So who knows? That's why we have due process. This shouldn't be just fodder for cable TV. We're talking about people's lives here. Professor Shaw, what does due process actually mean? And should Judge Boasberg be impeached for saying that the Alien Enemy Act of 1798 doesn't apply because we are not at war and we have not suffered an invasion by a foreign power?
You know, the core components of due process are straightforward, right? And it involves some notice and an opportunity to be heard, right, to make some sort of case in your own defense prior to deprivation of life, liberty, or property. So that's in the Constitution. Due process applies to every person, not just to citizens. And due process doesn't look identical if we're talking about due process in the context of potential deportation or due process in the context of, you know, a change to your Social Security benefits, right? Due process is deeply context dependent. And all Judge Boasberg has ruled as a preliminary matter in this case is that some sort of process has to be afforded before this potentially irreversible act occurs. Judge Boasberg has not ordered anyone released in the United States, has not objected to the detention of the covered individuals, has simply said provide reasons and an opportunity to respond. And
follow the law. Right?
And follow the law. And it seems from public reporting as though there is real reason to believe that errors were made.
My colleagues are calling for the impeachment of Judge Boasberg. Has there ever been a federal district judge, a federal appeals court judge, or a U.S. Supreme Court justice impeached because someone disagrees with the content of their ruling?
We have no tradition of impeaching judges based on the contents of their rulings.
We impeach them for bribery or corruption or habitual drunkenness on the bench. Speaker Gingrich, by the way, do you agree with the Republicans and with Donald Trump and Elon Musk who are calling for the impeachment of these judges? That's a yes or no. Yeah.
I actually agree with Jefferson that impeachment is a cumbersome and difficult process, virtually impossible to achieve. Which is why
Jefferson, so you oppose the impeachment?
Which is why Jefferson abolished 14 courts. Because you can abolish
Professor Shaw, forgive me, you remember the 5-minute rule. I've got no more time. It's a yes or no question, and I didn't get an answer from you. The Chief Justice Roberts has said that the correct response to disagreement with a district court decision is to appeal. I just heard Speaker Gingrich call this a judicial coup d'etat, and he said the Chief Justice should stop lecturing the rest of us. Who's right? Is it Newt Gingrich or is it Chief Justice Roberts here?
In this instance, Chief Justice Roberts. We have no tradition of impeaching judges. Appeal is the remedy for disagreeing with the district judge. Or if it's a statutory ruling that's wrong, Congress can respond, right? If it's if there's a bias or misconduct issue, there are disciplinary processes and complaints that can be brought against judges. You can seek to recuse or a remand to a different judge. There are many remedies our system affords if there is some sort of problem with the judge presiding over a case. But impeachment has never been in that toolkit.
Do you believe that there has been a conspiracy for a coup d'etat among 34 U.S. federal district court judges appointed by Presidents Reagan, Bush, Clinton, Bush, Obama, and Trump?
No, as you said, I think these judges are simply doing their jobs.
The only comparable case I can think of here is the impeach Earl Warren movement after Brown versus Board, where there were racist segregationists who wanted to impeach Earl Warren because they did disagree with the content of his opinion. What happened with that? And do you think that he should have been impeached?
As far as I know, there were non-impeachment resolutions introduced at that time. There was rhetoric, there was critique. And to be clear, criticizing judges is absolutely healthy in a democracy. I am not suggesting otherwise. But this is already a pretty serious escalation to have seen these resolutions introduced. I really don't think they should go any further.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We now go to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, and I would ask if I could have 15 seconds of his time.
I yield back to the chairman.
Okay. Mr. Speaker Gingrich, I just have one short question, and it is a yes or no, unlike the other one. In your 2 decades as a member of Congress, did you see members of Congress put bills in of any sort because they were popular and felt strongly within their district, whether or not they were moving anywhere?
Of course.
And that would include things like impeachment, whether they were likely to succeed or not.
They're political symbols, not legislative symbols.
Very good. I thank you. I thank the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Reclaiming my time. Mr. Larkin, nationwide injunctions, they're relatively new phenomenon, right? It's, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, it's fair to say nationwide injunctions became more commonplace in the 60s and 70s. And that is because Congress began authorizing general rulemaking by federal agencies, such as passage of Clean Air Act or the Clean Water Act.
Well, there are several factors that led to the late development of it. One is a change in philosophy of what it meant to say that something was unconstitutional. For example, Professor Samuel Bray explained this at length in his article. Traditionally, when a court said something was unconstitutional, it meant the government could not enforce it against you. Over time, courts gradually began to say, no, that means you can't force it against anybody. The problem is that overlooks the role that a district court judge has both horizontally and vertically within the federal system. No one district court judge can bind the appellate court or the Supreme Court. No one district court judge in Maine can bind a district court judge or any judge in Alaska. And so, unfortunately, this practice developed, and we didn't have anybody stepping back and saying, no, wait a minute, are there constitutional, statutory, et cetera, limitations on it? And it has actually hurt both parties, because each party has suffered through this process.
Thank you. Speaker Gingrich, as you mentioned in your testimony, between 2001 and 2023, there were 96 nationwide injunctions issued, of which 64 were granted against President Trump. Well, why do you think the courts have issued nationwide injunctions against President Trump with such frequency? It's kind of a question we're all pondering right now.
You know, one of my favorite books on the law is The Bramble Bush, which is the 1929 introductory lectures at Columbia Law School, and which draws a distinction between the law as it is practiced and the law as it is written. So let's just, at a common sense level, be honest. Donald Trump represents a profound, fundamental shaking up of a very deeply resistant establishment, which can be traced back to Franklin Roosevelt in 1933. You take on a system that's almost 100 years old, the system fights back. The last great bastion of power held by the left is district court judges and their allies on the Supreme Court. And they're behaving, as a historian, this is a perfectly natural thing. They're doing everything they can to stop the president, who was elected by millions of Americans. They were elected by no one. But under our system, they have a certain amount of power. Not nearly as much as the modern legal system believes, because the 1958 decision by the Supreme Court, which said we are supreme, is baloney. The Supreme Court is supreme in Article 3. It is not supreme over the whole Constitution. And I think we're now going to face a genuinely important, historic conversation as a country about whether or not unelected judges on a randomized basis, who happen to be 92% Democrat, have the power to stop the elected commander-in-chief on item after item after item. My guess is the American people will say to the legislative branch, you got to be kidding me. And if Justice Roberts wants to cut this off, he should act now, because this is going to get worse, not better.
Thank you. Mr. Larkin, I'll just finish up with a quick question about forum shopping. It's something that's clearly been happening, and we're used to it at the state level within the judiciary as well as at the federal level. I was wondering if you had a comment about that.
Sure. I mean, the problem is attempted to be avoided by having random assignment. But unfortunately, there are some times when there's only a limited number of judges in a particular district. And as the result, if there's only one, that's who you're going to get. If there are two, you have a 50% chance. And people wind up doing this, not surprisingly, because they think Judge A is going to give them a better likelihood of success. Now, you know, that's bad enough when what you're talking about is a damages action, because that damages action is going to result in a check, perhaps, that goes just to one party. It's different when you're talking about having one judge in any one town enjoying the entirety of the federal government across the nation. That's a much more...
We're listening here to a hearing regarding some of these executive orders brought forth by President Trump that have been blocked by federal courts across the country. Thank you all for joining us here on this Tuesday, April 1st. My name is Cabral Bahada. We are sliding away for another brief 2-minute break. A reminder that at the top of the next hour, at noon, 12 p.m. Eastern Time, 9 in the morning West Coast time, we are expecting a White House press briefing featuring Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
And welcome back, everyone, here worldwide on Live Now from Fox. Coming up on a new hour in just moments, we're taking a look here at the White House briefing room. Caroline Leavitt soon will be giving the briefing, and when that happens, we'll bring it to you on Live Now from Fox, as always. All right, let's just show you the room where the briefing will be happening in moments. We'll be taking you to the full briefing. When that does happen, you'll see it right here on Live Now from Fox. We are keeping an eye on some other events on Capitol Hill. We have the marathon session going on right now for Senator Cory Booker. He has been going on the floor talking about DOGE, talking about Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare, and so much more. He has been talking since 7 p.m. Eastern yesterday evening. So this session continues. We'll check in with him in just a little bit here on Live Now from Fox. But in the meantime, let's keep you in Capitol Hill, though. We do have Senate Democrats speaking right now, talking of the tariffs that will be put into motion starting tomorrow.
We're having a hard time producing ships and subs on time, on budget. This will make it worse. President Trump is saying that there's an emergency with Canada. Canada is a friend, not an adversary. Canada is a sovereign nation, not a 51st state. And while we always have challenges with friends, we have a mechanism that Donald Trump negotiated, the USMCA, that enables us to work through trade deals, and we don't need tariffs at all. The president has justified the imposition of these tariffs on, in my view, a made-up emergency. Fentanyl is a real emergency in this country. Let's be clear about that. Fentanyl is a real emergency. But as President Trump's national security advisor, Tulsi Gabbard, testified before Mark's Intel Committee last week, the fentanyl emergency is from Mexico and China. It's not from Canada. She presented a threat assessment that had nothing about Canada as a threat, that had nothing about Canada as a fentanyl threat. 21,000 pounds of fentanyl interdicted from Mexico coming into the United States last year, a maximum of 43 pounds from Canada. They're actually digging into that number and finding it's probably dramatically less even than that. So why invent this emergency? The emergency is being invented to do the tariffs, to do the taxes on everyday Americans. Why? So they can use the tariff revenue to give a tax cut to billionaires. You saw the Trump tax cut in term one. They did it off deficit financing. They don't want to deficit finance it again. They want to pay for it. How are they going to pay for it? Massive cuts to programs like Medicaid, Medicare, and tariffs imposed on the backs of everyday Americans. They'll put that together, and then that will be the pay for this tax cut bill that we see coming. We need to stand strong against a tax increase, the largest tax increase in American history on our consumers. We need to stand strong for a strong relationship with a good ally.